Welcome, everybody. So we're going to get started here in a moment. So hello everybody, welcome to the first ever Happyverse-AI AGI Summit. There's some people in the hallway still, you can all come in and take your seats. Thank you all for coming today. Make sure that you've turned to the person to your right and to your left and introduced yourself. This is also about building community. This is an opportunity for us to get to meet and know each other. We have a little friend up here who wants to say hi too. So yeah, thank you all for being here. My name is Seth Monk. I'm actually a former Buddhist monk, so I'm working on putting the happy in Happyverse. And you know, our company, it's about figuring out a way to scale positive impact through AI, through technology, right? How can we take all this stuff that we're doing, these conferences we're going to, all this work that we're doing on our laptops and actually use it as a force of good for the world? So that's kind of part of our mission statement. And events like this, it's also just an opportunity to bring people together. We have a lot of kind of compartmentalization happening, a lot of people that are sitting at home on their computers or little workspaces. So just to continue to create community events is also really important to us. As you can see up here, we have a really packed schedule for today. We have some really great panel discussions. Who here is going to be talking today at some point? Anybody here? A couple people. And some lightning talk. So yeah, it's going to be just a lot of really great information. We're really excited to be here. We're also going to have a little fun. So yeah, without further ado, I'm actually going to start this off in a very non-traditional way. I'm going to ask you all to stand up for a second. So we're going to take a moment, shake it out a little bit, get into your bodies, and we're going to welcome our CEO and co-founder, Max Sabo. All right. Let's hear it.
Happyverse, Happyverse. Happyverse, Happyverse.
What?
Happyverse, Happyverse. Yay, Happyverse.
Let's move our feet a little bit.
Happyverse, cooking confidence for universe. Avatars that look like you, or maybe slightly worse. Silicon Valley bros, taking nerds and finest pros. For what it's worth, we can also rap and make some noise. Happyverse, Happyverse. Happyverse, Happyverse. Happyverse, Happyverse. Happyverse.
Go.
Can I trust this? What if it hallucinates? Can my confidence communicate with human traits? The answer is, bro, you are in the driver's seat. We'll make it smart, real and neat. Happyverse, Happyverse. Happyverse, Happyverse. Let's go. Happyverse, Happyverse. Happyverse, Happyverse is here.
Yeah, thank you everybody.
All right. Thank you so much. Thanks everyone for coming. This is our first ever Happyverse AGI Interface Summit. And I'm very, very delightful to open this by saying just like thank you and by reminding everyone that the mission of Happyverse is to increase happiness and well-being for humanity. And just a fun fact, actually, there was supposed to be this robot dog, this AGI dog dancing with me, but it doesn't work. And that reminds me that AGI maybe is not fully here yet, it's coming, but still humanity is stronger than AGI. So I'm as a CEO of Happyverse, I'm kind of wearing multiple hats, right? So now I'm wearing a hat of a dad, a hat of a resident of Treasure Island. By the way, who's from Treasure Island? Can you raise your hand? Any neighbors? Yeah, I think we have a couple. Fantastic. Also before that, I worked at Google. So occasionally I wear my Googler hat. Any Googlers in the room? Yay, thanks for coming. And any people from Stanford? Yay! Okay, so this is wonderful to have this great community, techie nerds, finance pros, Silicon Valley bros, so we're all here together to talk about a happy path to AGI. But what is AGI? What does it even mean, right? Like artificial general intelligence. I don't think there is like any universal definition of AGI, but what you can see in sort of Silicon Valley circles or in some blog posts on LinkedIn and elsewhere is that it's a highly autonomous system that outperforms humans in any intellectual task. And some people think that we are very, very close to AGI, right? Like if you look at this chart, some people think that it's already getting to the Einstein level of intelligence. Earlier this week, I was at a conference in Cerebral Valley, and there was a question for the audience, like a survey question. When do you think OpenAI and Microsoft would agree on the AGI moment, right? Because it has some legal and financial implications for this deal. And so some people think it's going to be next year. Some people think it's never going to happen. And the consensus view, or the most common answer, was 2030. And so if AGI is just a few years ahead, right? Like we should start thinking right now, how can we make AGI happy for humanity, not kill everybody, and actually help us grow, help us scale professionally. And so the way we think about it at Happyverse, in terms of like AGI interfaces, we don't think it's going to be looking like a text bot. It's boring, and it's not really interactive. It's also unlikely to be voice. So we think it's going to be fully multimodal, and it's going to have video, it's going to have interactive features, and it's going to look like human. I know we have some humanoid robots, some of them actually do work, and we have some founders in the room that are going to join us at the panel who believe that humanoid robot is sort of the next interface for AI and AGI. Well, time will tell, and today we're going to have some intellectual debate about it. So this week we announced Happyverse 2.0 platform for creating real-time AGI confidence. And many people ask me, what does confident even mean? So confident consists of two things. First of all, it's an avatar. It's like real look and real voice of the user, and we want it to be authentic, actually representing the user in the digital world. And second, it has AI agent. So this powerful layer consisting of LLMs, foundation models, and RAGs and knowledge graphs that actually makes this confident serve some purpose, right? Like accomplish some specific business goal or personal goal for the user. So that's why it's grounded on data and it's also impactful. So that's our little acronym for AGI. And in terms of our users, we're privileged and excited to serve thousands of users around the globe. We have our head of analytics, he's somewhere in the room, and last time he shared data with me, we have users in 157 countries on all 6 continents. I think we're not present only in Antarctica, but hopefully Google will build data center there, so we'll also, support penguins and other local residents. But in terms of industries, we have customers from financial services, from consumer goods, from travel and hospitality, and we're excited to work with all of you on implementing helpful video avatars, video confidence in your stack. Also today, I'm happy to announce our extended partnership with Human Horizon Academy. So we have a CEO. Please give Dennis a round of applause. He came, he came from San Diego. Dennis is an amazing human. He had a long career at Amazon, Herbalife, and many other companies. But a couple of years ago, he decided to work on something truly meaningful to his heart. He started thinking, how can I help other people to increase their happiness, to increase their resilience, to grow as leaders? And so he started Happyverse, which does this unique leadership program. Actually, it started as a physical program, and as a matter of fact, our Happyverse team will go down to San Diego for a couple of days in early December for this leadership program. So if you want to join us, we still have a couple of seats. But the way we are helping HHA is we're designing confidence for CEO like Dan, and this confidence is embedded on the website, and so it can communicate with any website visitors, give them information about HHA programs, and even help them sign up for the next program. And also recently we designed a confidant of John. John Weir is a former military veteran, member of Marine Corps, some elite divisions within the US military. And he's working with Dan to design the program such that it has not only business context, professional context, but also context from military trainings, allowing anyone to learn best practices from folks like John, who in real life, he looks like Jason Statham or Arnold Schwarzenegger. So this is super cool. The next announcement that we are making is personal AGI interface. So what does this mean? Essentially, it's an interactive business card where you can hook up your confidant and add some information about your superpowers, about your experiences, and you can share this interactive business card with your colleagues, business partners, potential recruiters, maybe investors. And it's not this kind of static LinkedIn profile or resume. It's actually an interactive way to share about your background and even connect with other confidants. Something that secretly we're working in our lab is like we're developing a tool or like an algorithm that allows confidants to talk to each other in the digital world, which is going to be very interesting. The next announcement is VC Playground. We recently participated in a hackathon organized by Google and Daily, and we actually won even like $100,000 of credits for this project, VC Playground, where we developed a couple of confidants of real investors. Amrit Rao is going to join us later today, and Alejandra, and any founder in this room or elsewhere, if you're watching it online, can practice your pitch delivery to one of those confidants and get immediate feedback. You can even present your slides to the confidant and it would be able to understand the visual information. So, and also later today we're going to announce the winner of our VC competition challenge. So someone is going to win $10,000, yay. The last but not the least, personal AGI coach. This is actually the most difficult project and something that I wanted to build from day one at Happyverse, a way for professional coaches to scale themselves and increase their impact on the world, right? So any coach or any mental health therapist or consultant only has 24 hours in a day, and like only 8 or 10 hours are work hours, right? So the time is very limited. So what we are doing, we're helping coaches to scale themselves and work with their new clients or existing clients through their confidant. And it can help assess different areas of life, such as love, health, work, and wealth. We believe that those 4 categories are the most important things for any human to truly feel happy. And then it also allows to set goals and come up with an implementation plan. And so this is another acronym for AGI that we use, which is assessment, goal setting, and implementation. And finally, I wanted to emphasize that our mission is to increase happiness and well-being for the world, long-term happiness in a holistic sense, not just this like short-term joy, right? But like how we can be happy, how we can make our families happier, our colleagues, our community. And we want to work with all of you on this mission, right? And so we have some exciting projects in our Happyverse lab. Some of these ideas are sort of moonshot ideas, potentially creating a Happyverse humanoid robot that would have a confidant embedded in it and will have the likeness and knowledge of the user. But also some projects are more like roofshot ideas, like Happyverse studios. For example, one of my dreams is to open a Happyverse studio somewhere on the Treasure Island, so anyone can come and see some of these AI technologies, experiment with them, so that it's not only like Silicon Valley crowd developing something for themselves, but how do we spread it across the world and have this sort of harmonic relationship, right, between humans and AGI. And so now I'm very excited to invite my co-founder and CTO, Nicholas, to the stage. Thank you so much. Thanks for coming.
Thank you so much, Max. And yeah, can we just get another round of applause for Max for doing such an amazing job? Thank you all so much for being here, by the way. It means the world to us, and this is such a cool way to connect with our community. We've been playing it for a while, and yeah, we're so happy to have you here. For those of you that don't know me, I'm Nicholas, CTO and co-founder here at Happyverse, and Max has all these roofshot ideas, and our team's job is to make it run in real time. So super excited about it. So to start, confidants are so much more than just a stock video with a chatbot. They are a real-time, full-stack avatar streaming solution. And with our distributed architecture and our algorithms, we're able to provide ultra-low latency, lifelike voice and video, and a memory layer that can actually remember what you need it to. So with us nearly hitting 1,000 confidants today, I just wanted to share a couple of my favorite ones. We have Coffee in the bottom left, who is an opera singer and has been using his confidant to keep his fans engaged and let them know when his next shows are coming up. And we also have Navara in the bottom here. The Navara Concierge is providing a friendly face that travelers, before they fly across the world to go on their vacation, can get to know and talk to. And so when they arrive at their destination, they can actually already know who they can trust and how to talk to them and everything. So it builds that bond early. And even in the corporate world, we're having an amazing time. At our pilot with Mutual of Omaha, with our partner Hyperspell, we've been able to take customer research and turn it into something you can actually talk to. So with all these pages of customer reports scattered across departments, we took those, we fed them into a confidant, and now when executives are having a meeting, they can actually turn to the customer and then ask them questions, which is so cool because it means the customers can advocate for themselves in real time. Beyond this, yeah, like Max mentioned, confidants are going global. We have over 158 countries now that we've had conversations in. With over 6,000 conversations and growing, we're so excited to be able to increase happiness worldwide. And finally, I just wanted to invite you all to join us on our journey from 1,000 confidants to 1,000,000. Super excited about it. And I know live demos always go wrong, but I wanted to give it a shot anyways, so let's try and create a confidant. We always say it's in less than 5 minutes. Feel free to time me. I have about 5 minutes, so let's do it. Yay. Thanks. So of course, to start, all we need to do is record a 20-second silent video. I'm going to do it right here on stage, so let's do it.
All right, when you're recording, don't say a word. Just look straight into the camera like you're the best listener in the world. A gentle nod or a soft smile work perfectly. Don't look away. Your audience deserves those award-winning eyes of yours. And that's it. You're done.
Amazing. And now we just need to get 20 seconds of audio. You can talk about whatever you want, however you want to do it. But the key here is just that, of course, it needs to hear your voice. For myself, I've been talking about the AGI Summit a whole lot recently, and it's amazing to finally see it come to fruition. So super excited to be able to show you this confidant live. And with that, now we can go ahead, give it a name. So Summit Look and Voice, and we're actually going to be doing a screener confidant, and we're going to have our resident Buddhist monk, Seth, apply for one of our jobs. So we'll do screening confidant, and then I actually just got a prompt already. This is a very simple one, just asking it to screen the candidate, providing it a little bit of instructions that if Seth does a great job, we're going to send him to our landing page. If not, we'll send him to our coach, and be blunt. And this is just one of our old job openings. So we can click continue. It's a very short process, and we'll see it's going to populate everything for us automatically. So we're just going to name it, and here we can actually see it's still polishing the look and voice. It's going to take another minute, so I'll just show you around a little bit for some of the tools that you can already get started with today. We have call to action, which is super cool. This is, well, we'll be showcasing it live now, I suppose. But it's able to actually open a link for the user, which is really incredible for making that engagement really translate to something meaningful. And of course, we can show slides as well, provide it the ability to be time aware so it can say like, hey, I have 2 minutes left in my conversation. And there's so much more too. We can add, of course, look and voice, the behavior, everything we want, provide knowledge, whether it's PDFs, a website, and in a few days, actually, you're also going to be able to scrape your entire website, put it into the knowledge base automatically, and just, yeah, save you a ton of time. So this should be finishing up any second now. Super excited to have it. In the meantime, we also have the brain. We have tons of ways to modify the LLM, change the creativity, the voice, so you can experiment with the speed, or even change how much you want to optimize for quality and stability. And this is taking just a second longer. I'm sure it's going to finish any second now. But worst case, we'll switch to another one. We've done a few dry runs. So we'll start with this one. And yeah, I'll invite you to come on stage, Seth. Thanks. Yeah. Give Seth a huge round of applause.
Thank you. Yeah, it's always, again, part of the doing a live demo. I feel like I've seen countless SpaceX or Tesla kind of demos where the thing just falls over mid-demonstration. So as you can see here, this is what the opening screen will look like. So if you have a confidant on your website, as a greeter or as an information sharer, you're going to be presented with a screen similar to this. So it's going to show you or whoever is the person that's behind the confidant, and they're going to be kind of sitting there smiling at the user. And yeah, as Nicholas said, he created this as a prompt to be a job interviewer. So he's going to be interviewing me for a job, which I am not qualified for whatsoever because I know nothing about engineering. Also, I just want to take one moment to give some acknowledgement to Nicholas. So if anybody here ever saw like the movie The Social Network, and you see when they were doing Facebook and they're all plugged in and they try to talk to them and they're like, not now, I'm plugged in, you know? I feel like every time I see Nicholas, he's just plugged in. That, you know, we have people on our team that are just relentless at what they do, and it's really cool. That was a off-the-cuff comment, but let's try this. Hello.
Hello.
I interrupted him. Hi, how you doing?
Hello, I'm the hiring screening assistant for Happyverse. I'll ask a few brief questions to assess your fit for the performance and realism engineering role. Let's begin.
I'm ready, let's do it.
Describe your experience building and optimizing machine learning inference pipelines, especially any work with GPU or TPU acceleration and distributed systems.
I don't have any experience in that, but I was a Cub Scout for a while, and we used to assemble these little model airplanes, which is probably similar, right?
We're looking for candidates with direct
And
experience
so,
in ML inference, GPU or TPU acceleration,
pretty much
and distributed
rejected me
systems.
right away.
Based on your background, this role isn't a match. Here's a link for next steps.
This is our confidant telling me that I'm delusional applying for this job.
Sorry about it,
Sending me
Seth.
to the coaching page.
Next time, I'm sure you'll get it. So yeah, with a little bit of coaching, you're on your way. Thank you so much for doing this for us, Screening Confidant. And so
Let's give Seth a round of applause for the wonderful demo.
I'll make it someday, you know?
So with that, I would love to introduce our head of machine learning, Shruti.
Let's go, Shruti.
Thank you everyone for joining us this morning. And thank you to Nicholas and for that amazing demo. Can we get another round of applause for this? So to introduce myself, I'm Shruti, and I'm heading this amazing ML team at Happyverse, and I'm excited to be joining. I just joined a few weeks ago from the fruit company down the valley. But the people here and the technology, we have the stack, it's amazing. And we have a lot of things planned up, a lot of features. Would love to get into it and talk to you a little bit about it. Firstly, for the rest of the year, we're doubling down on perceptual quality. We want to get that even last percentage of polish in terms of perceptual quality. And for that, we're looking into things like hyperparameters tuning to get better facial geometry and smoother motion. And also, we're introducing person-specific fine-tuning to get a user's look, voice, and that expressive style correct. And also, we're approaching this in terms of like post-training approaches, like alignment adjustments and temporal smoothing to get that last percentage polish, as I mentioned. And lastly, all of this requires our highly optimized infrastructure stack in place. This includes knowledge distillation to get smaller and better models, and also some kernel fusion and graph level optimization to build smaller models and control latency and cost to get the real-time generation that we need. So with this, all of these changes are in there, and barring some few quality testing, we're happy to be introducing Confidante 1.0, which powers our Happyverse 2.0 platform. With that, our plan for the next year is is sort of divided into 3 major milestones. Firstly, we want to swap out some aspects of our avatar pipeline from 2D to 3D, and this would be implemented in terms of like 3D Gaussian splatting framework. And we need this to get us to like 60 to 90 FPS real-time rendering, the threshold required for smooth and immersive 3D experiences, and for better support for gesture and emotion modeling. And this is only going to set the stage for bigger things to come. For example, we are in the planning stages and approaching building some components of an in-house foundation model. And this is going to be a game changer because this is going to be specialized for a professional context. No more generic AI. This is going to understand our domain specifically and provide us the customizability that we were talking about. And with this, the 3D change and also the foundation model, comes the need for even further optimization. And I believe our scalable infrastructure stack is designed specifically for this purpose. So to get us to a target of $1 to $2 per conversation. And so with that, we should be in a good place to release our Confidante 2.0 by early end of next year. So let me talk a little bit about why we need some components of this foundation model to be in-house. Firstly, the math is compelling. In terms of economics, depending on our current and predicted concurrency usage, we are expecting something like at least 5 million per year. But by owning some of these components in-house, we hope to bring the cost down to about less than $1 million per year. And secondly, enhanced customizability. We're not just looking at text or voice, but we really need this multimodal foundation model that customizes across voice, text, and video. And thirdly, latency. Our current composite pipeline currently gets us about 350 milliseconds latency, but we're hoping to get that down to about 100 milliseconds. And lastly, data is going to be our advantageous mode here. We own this far richer, more curated professional data sets that go far beyond generic Gen AI data sets. So with that, I do believe the moment for real-time video agents has arrived, and the moment for AGI has arrived. I mean, it depends on who you're asking, and depends on your definition of AGI. But our ML infra is improving and becoming more suitable to support real-time usage. And video interface is becoming the default modality for AGI. We do believe that here at Happyverse. And our Happyverse research is firing on all cylinders. So we're really excited about what's coming up next. So with that, thank you so much for this and for all of you joining here. And next, I'm going to be welcoming our awesome panelists for the AGI System Builders panel. So Quindla from Daily and Daria Sabalova from Cerebras, Elvis Caharu from Chalk, and Jean Wong from In-World AI. If you can all join me here. Thank you.
Happyverse cooking confidants for universe. Avatars that look like you, or maybe slightly worse. Silicon Valley bros, techie nerds and finance pros. For what it's worth, we can also rap and make some noise. Happyverse, Happyverse. Huh? Happyverse, happy. Okay. Happyverse, Happyverse. Wow. Happyverse, so slay. Can I trust this? What if it hallucinates? Can my confidant communicate with human traits? The answer is, bro, you are in the driver's seat. We'll help you make it smart. Real and neat. Happyverse, Happyverse. What? Happyverse, happy. No way. Happyverse, happy.
Thank you for joining me here on stage. So firstly, to start out with, I would love for all of you to introduce yourself a little bit in your own words. So tell me more about you and what drives you, what's your passion? So let's start with Quindla.
Hi, I'm Quindla Holman Kramer. I'm co-founder and CEO of a company called Daily. We make audio and video and AI real-time infrastructure. I'm a network engineer and an infrastructure person. But for the last couple of years, I've focused on building the tooling for the kind of thing that Happyverse is making real in the world. So these real-time AI experiences. And I've had so much fun because everything is new. And as an engineer, when everything is new and you get a chance to feel like you're trying to figure out all the new patterns and components, it feels like a real green field of fun exploration.
Hi, everyone. My name is Daria, and I'm a head research scientist at Cerebras. I guess most of the time I'm researching LLMs and scaling them, and my passion is in mixture of experts architectures, so I really went deep on those for the last couple of years. Prior to Cerebras, where I was for almost like 5 years by now, I was at Google, also working on NLP, maybe for the last decade working on NLP. I'm really excited about this field and how it moves, so thank you for inviting me.
Check, check, check. Can you guys hear this? All right, cool. Hey everyone, I'm Elvis. I'm actually Max's neighbor, but I work in ML infra. I work at a startup called Chalk. We are Series A. We're building a data infrastructure platform, mostly for real-time workloads. So most of our customers are fintech companies doing recommender systems, fraud detection, things that require really low latency, and ideally real-time inference. And I use Cerebras a lot, so big fan. Yeah, that's me.
Awesome. Hi, I'm Jean. I lead product at InWorld. InWorld helps people to build real-time conversational experiences. And so we started in the gaming space and have since then expanded more broadly and have released a TTS model that's topping the leaderboards currently. So yeah, we're just really excited to see how people can build with the tools we've provided and really bring these cool experiences like Happyverse to life.
Thank you so much for that great introduction. So let's get into it. I guess my first question is for all of you. So the momentum is real, right? We do feel it. We feel like we're in the age of AGI or something close to it. So I guess my question to you all for today is, what was that moment you felt like, oh, this isn't just machine learning. This is something closer to AGI. I guess we could go in this order, Quinlan.
Well, I mean, I think we sort of blew by the Turing test and we don't even talk about that, which is a little bit amazing in that for most of my career, we had this kind of unreachable bar of what would it take for a computer to be able to talk to you like other human beings talk to you. And we're totally there for text. Like, there's just no question. We're there for text conversation. And we're very close for real-time audio and video. So that's the thing that kind of, I mean, there's so many amazing things about what LLMs can do and this new step function, qualitative change in what we can do with computers. But I sometimes just come back to that you can talk to a computer now in a way you couldn't before and in a way that mirrors many of the interactions we have with other people. And that's both a good thing and probably, like all technology transitions, something we have to figure out what the downsides are for too. And that's all of our job in this room.
This is going to be a controversial panel. So to me, AGI as a term hasn't been really defined in the community. And like I remember when I was in the first year in my university, we had this linear algebra class, and teacher told us something super valuable. They told us that the hardest problem is not to solve the problem. The hardest part is to actually define it. So to me, AGI tools that we use today, AI tools, they're not really defining any problems. I would love to see them defining those for us and sort of teaching other AI systems or human beings on how to solve them. But I think today, AI tools are, even I said like already, AI tools, AI systems are tools. Like, you can see that all the benchmarks we are optimizing when we train those models, they're mostly to solve a particular task. It can be a natural language, it can be a multilingual, it can be multimodal, but those are defined tasks. And now benchmarks are really outdated to call it that we define the benchmarks for the AGI purpose. Now, I think building AI tools is super important as a task. So I don't think we should undermine it and think that this is like a temporary solution until we go to AGI. I think AI tools help today, and they help in a lot of different industries. So I think we should continue defining AI models that help with real-world problems in different industries today, even though it might not be exactly AGI.
So this isn't necessarily AGI, but before I joined Chalk, I used to work at a startup called Warp, and they're building a modern terminal written in Rust with AI built in. And I think for me, it was people messaging me after having tried it who aren't programmers. And they were like, in college, I tried a computer science class and I quit because it was too difficult. And so the thing that I'm most excited about is people being able to build indie apps for themselves and their families and their communities and being able to essentially just democratize tech. That's the thing I'm most excited about, less so even AGI. Just a little bit contrary opinion, but.
Yeah, I think I agree with Daria in terms of thinking about what your definition of AGI is. And I think one that some people say is a system that's able to do economically valuable tasks that humans are able to do. And to some extent, I think we're starting to see that, right? Especially in the coding area. I think one experience that really sticks out to me is I have a friend who I highly respect, is really smart, a really solid engineer, and she'd been trying to fix this, tackle this problem for a week. And then she came back to me and was like, you know what actually solved it for me? Claude Code. After a week of trying to figure this out. And she was pretty shocked. But I think for me, just seeing the way in which technology now is actually able to do these really valuable tasks that sometimes even some of the smartest people we know might not be able to figure out is, I think, sort of the beginning and inklings of getting to that overall AGI goal.
Yeah, I completely get that. So I guess we all need to get aligned on what we mean by AGI first. So I guess next we'll turn our attention to Quinla here from Daily. We love your PipeCat framework here at Happyverse. We're completely dependent on that. So for those of you here, Daily powers real-time audio and video. And so Quinla, my question to you is, what was the hardest part about building these real-time systems to make this happen, where people feel like you're talking to something real versus a delayed machine?
I mean, my perspective on this is from the sort of network layer up. So the open source framework I work on called PipeCat has become the most widely used way of building both enterprise voice agents like customer support voice agents and really innovative next generation things like what Happyverse does. And I think there's sort of three things, and they all have to be great, and that's one of the things that makes it hard. One is the instruction following and function calling and the natural language capabilities of the LLM have to be great. And it sounded like you may disagree a little bit, which I think is great for a panel, but I think that is not a solved problem in the abstract sense, but in the practical sense, it's a solved problem in that people are deploying voice agents for enterprise use that are scaling, that are very successful, and they are deploying them sort of as fast as they can once they get those first use cases nailed. So the LLM part is more or less there for at least some of the tool use perspective use cases. But then you also have to be low latency. And you have to generate that inference in, ideally under 500 milliseconds, maybe even faster, so you can stack other things on top, like tool call multiple inference calls. And that's the work you're doing to get this, this intelligence that's such an amazing new capability into a form where we can run inference in a few hundred milliseconds or, as fast as we possibly can. And that's a hard problem, and it's still a research problem. And the frontier lab models are not fast enough for what we want to do, as you were saying. And then the third thing on top of that is the uncanny valley. And this is an old term from computer graphics, and it means that you can make something that is not photorealistic, that is not attempting to be human-like or photography-like, and that's totally fine. People's brains process that fine. And you can make something that is almost indistinguishable from a photograph or a video captured by a video camera, and we're happy with that. But if you're in the middle in a pretty wide zone, people do not like that. People just don't want to see stuff that's sort of realistic, but not quite, in ways that are hard to put your finger on. And in both voice and video, I think we're not all the way past the uncanny valley problem yet. And that's also a research problem, and also something that there's huge amounts of progress being made on, but it's the third, and maybe in some ways the hardest thing right now.
Yeah, we deal with that all the time here. So, I mean, that uncanny valley is what we're trying to avoid here. And there's just so many aspects that go into like making that happen. So speaking of Daria, at Cerebras, you train massive models and you do it differently than others. What, in your opinion, goes into making this happen? Is it like, are you looking into bigger models for the sake of it being big, or like is it better hardware, or do we need like entirely new science to make AGI happen, or something close to it again?
Sure, yeah, that's a great question. So I would say when we train big models, we go with a holistic approach. It's never just the metrics or just the infrastructure, just the hardware, the model architecture. It's really the whole thing. And I would say that building the model recipe, like innovating on architectures is important, like what's the data scaling that you approach, because we do know that as we increase the model size, we gain better capabilities. Models are fundamentally better. And recently, mixture of expert models, we scaled those, and we basically demonstrated that dense models could never reach the same level of scaling as mixture of experts. That's a given today. Now, that's all very exciting, and it's really important to continue innovating there, but I think one area is generally considered less sexy, but it's really important to work on, which is called benchmarks, our metrics, right? So we kind of started with like, what's the definition of AGI? Are we approaching AGI? The right question to ask, are we really optimizing AGI-like metrics? Is that what we defined, right? Like as an engineer, you usually, like as a good practice, you define your test case or what you optimize for first, and then you have a solution that hopefully optimizes those metrics. So we don't really innovate as much on the benchmarks. You expect a lot from AI systems, but you haven't set that task yet. So I think I would love to see the next wave of innovations happen in eval benchmarks, because those really would shape what the AGI is and what the whole community is optimizing for.
Yeah, absolutely. That completely resonates with me, and especially what you said, Quinla, about uncanny valley, and you, Daria, about defining these benchmarks. I think that's how we should be going, versus like a lot of things that's happening right now, where we're going from like the modeling side and then trying to define our metrics based on that. So following on that, Jean, I know in World AI, you know more than any of us here, enterprises, bigger enterprises especially, are really slow in incorporating AI compared to smaller startups and even like medium-sized startups. So what do you think, in your experience, what goes into like deploying these AI systems into perhaps legacy systems or not so legacy? In your experience, like culture, cost, compliance? Would love to pick your brain about it.
Yeah, definitely. I think one of the biggest challenges is just the risk tolerance of the larger enterprises. I think it's hard to wrap your mind around the way these new systems work, and that you don't know exactly what's going to happen. And so you have to be comfortable that there are going to be some edge cases that maybe you hadn't anticipated and aren't necessarily what you would ideally want. And I think that's one thing that's really hard for people to accept. And so often you're spending a lot of time trying to make sure you cover all of these cases before you release to anyone, before anyone tries it. And that really just slows down the pace at which you can innovate, and also at which you can like understand what's working and not working for your implementation. Definitely also with that, like once you think about scaling, once you've actually gotten them comfortable to start deploying, then you come across the issues of latency, cost, et cetera. But I think really it's just the first barrier of getting people to start implementing it and rolling it out.
Oh, that's a good point. So Elvis, would love to find your opinion about the same thing issue. I guess at Chalk, you deal with a lot of AI developers. So what do you think in your experience has been, like what are AI developers struggling with? Because even at Happyverse, we interface with AI developers. We'd love to know what is the next thing we should be solving.
Yeah. I think for us, the thing that we've seen the most difficulty when it comes to enterprises is context engineering. And for people who are pre-AI, information retrieval, I think you had a great point about being able to get data in under 500 ms. And I think the data tooling as of now is not at a place where it's very easy to build systems that can run at like tens of thousands of QPS and fetch data from many different sources, like hundreds of tables, like many different databases, as well as do time travel. And so that for us has been the biggest blocker to them actually being able to get things deployed. It's also because a lot of these projects are extremely cross-functional, and so that adds a bunch of overhead with regards to like the people involved, like how long projects take to run, as well as just even like defining like what are our goals with this project, and then even under that, being able to define semantic models so that we like actually know what it is we're computing, and we can do so in a way that's like very clear.
Right, so what are some of the solutions you're defining or designing at Chalk?
Yeah, so technically Chalk is a solution. Kind of the only solution besides building an internal solution, because two closest competitors got acquired by Databricks. And so usually, I think for us, the biggest unlock is this execution engine called Velix, which is something Facebook built to replace Trino or Presto. And for us, the way that we've approached this is like, if you can build an execution engine or a data platform that can reconcile both offline and online workloads, you end up having the same teams being able to essentially do both use cases. And so an offline workload, for example, is like, we want to run a query against 10 million rows. But if you look at like online recommendations or like these chat support bots, we're only ever fetching one row, but from like 100 different tables, and then we're computing things after we fetch those rows. And so I think ideally when you have an AI system, it's like people talk about, time to first token, but there's a lot of work that happens before that. And so for us, it's like, how can we get everything that happens before that to be as quick as possible? That way, if your response takes 6 seconds, ideally like 90% of that time is the LLM and not like you fetching context.
Yeah, absolutely. So I guess that kind of segues into my next question for all of you. Here at Happyverse, we try to strive a happy balance between relying on external APIs and trying to build some of these components in-house, or even maybe go like full system. So I guess my question to you all is, do you also have these issues or plans in mind, and what is the path for you guys? Should we go full API or just go somewhere in between where you're fine-tuning these external solutions?
So many great threads to pull on from this panel, but I think if you're asking the question, sort of how it takes shape in my mind when I hear you ask that question is what models are we going to use in the future to build all these new systems we're trying to figure out how to use? And it's just really clear to me we're going to live in a multi-model world of incredible diversity of what we think of as a deep learning model or an LLM or whatever we call it in the future. And maybe an analogy is what's a computer? I mean, if you read, the history of computing, you see these pictures from, the 1950s of a computer being a thing in a room that specialized professionals literally flipped physical switches to program. And for a pretty long time, people in the technology industry thought a computer was one thing, and it was a big thing, and it was something that you used for a wide range of jobs, but it had one shape. And that's a little bit like where we are in the frontier model space today. But today, I mean, my car has 200 computers in it. I carry a computer around in my pocket. I'm pretty soon going to be wearing a computer on my face. It's pretty clear. I have a computer in my refrigerator and my toaster. I'm not always happy about that. Sometimes I wish they didn't have a computer in them, but the trajectory is very clear, right? And I think models, loosely speaking, are on that same path where we have LLMs built into every layer of every software application we write deeply. And the way I talk about this with other programmers, especially at the enterprises that are coming along a little more slowly maybe than the startups, is there's a point not too long in the future where you're just never going to write a regular expression again. You're just going to use a little model. And yes, that's unbelievably inefficient from a compute cycles perspective, but it doesn't matter. Like, that's how we do things. We build these layers and layers of tech, and they get more and more powerful and more flexible, and they burn more and more clock cycles in silicon, but it's worth it. So if once you start to see the world like, I'm just never gonna write a regular expression again, I'm gonna do a natural language query of a small model or a medium-sized model or a big model, and maybe the model's gonna be running on the device, and maybe it's gonna be running in the cloud, I think you kind of can't unsee that future, and you start to think about, the people who are doing this amazing model training. You all are going to deliver us sort of all these different form factors, and we're going to have these models kind of running everywhere.
Yeah, that totally makes sense. So, Daria, same question to you. What do you think is, the pain point here?
Sure, yeah. So I agree that kind of to answer this question, we need to think about what's the future, right? How it's going to look. As of today, I think frontier labs sort of go from this perspective, we need to scale our infrastructure, we need to scale our models, we need to go big or go home kind of mentality, and to show the world that we have capable talent and systems. But those are not necessarily solving any particular problems. That's a shocking fact. So when you come from like kind of problem-oriented view, a lot of problems can be solved with API fine-tuning without pre-training from scratch. Some other problems require custom AGI systems, so you have to pre-train from scratch, like on the customer data, so on. But also shocking, some of the problems don't require AI at all, right? So I personally hope, and this is a happy place, right? So I'm excited about the future. I think in the future, the solutions that have this problem definition, that solve real problems in the most efficient way, will be the winners. And I know that this scaling race is really exciting, and I'm excited to be a part of it, because like my background, I studied in math school in Russia. We all competed. It was great. But I think we shouldn't kind of like mistake scale with solving problems.
Yeah, totally makes sense. So, Elvis, same question to you. I guess, like we're talking about fine-tuning versus like full APIs, and also like the scaling point that Daria brought up. Like, how do you approach these scaling issues?
Yeah, I think for me, I really like API design. I think the motto I live by is that you can't make complexity disappear, you can only move it around and ideally abstract it away from a user. And so I do believe in this world of like many different types of models, especially like small LLMs. But I think for me, the biggest barrier right now is the tooling. I think the expertise that you need right now to fine tune a model or do like reinforcement learning or model distillation on top of an open source model is just too high. And so ideally, as we get better tooling, we can make it more accessible to different companies. So I think that's a bottleneck. And I think when it comes to scaling, for me, it's probably like also expertise. Like again, like getting an AI system live requires like a platform engineer, a data scientist, a machine learning engineer, and now an AI engineer, right? So it's like 4 different types of skill sets that all cost, $250,000, right? And so it's like, ideally, if we get better tooling, I think we can make these feedback loops much tighter and get systems to production much more quickly. So that's what I'm mostly excited about.
Yeah, makes sense. And I love your hat, by the way, and it's so
thanks.
appropriate.
Yeah.
Data Wrangler. Yeah. So Jean, over at InWorld AI, for those like who don't know, InWorld AI is totally beating a lot of other voice AI in a lot of different benchmarks. So wow, amazing. Same question to you, I guess. We would love to pick your brain about, firstly, API versus full systems, and then like how do you scale these things?
Yeah, so to the first part of the question, I think ultimately, it's more exciting when people are building the actual systems that solve things. I think you will need APIs as sort of your foundational infrastructure layer, and there will be, a handful of these providers who will do this. But I think what's more interesting for people to focus on and to build, and I think what will be providing more value is actually using these tools to build things that people can use. And so I very much echo Daria's point. And then I think this is sort of my hot take too, is at least with the customers we worked with, I've found that 90% of cases, it's better to just focus on building your experience instead of focusing on fine-tuning your model, because at the rate at which models are coming out and like new technology is coming out, it's just like your fine-tuned model took you like a couple months to fine-tune, there's a new model on the market, and that like deprecates your fine-tuned model, it performs better, is cheaper. So I actually think a lot of times it's better just to focus on your end-to-end experience, how to make that really great, instead of focusing on like, let me fine-tune my incredible model for my use case. And then scaling, I think, continues to certainly be a challenge for many folks in terms of making sure you have the resources, et cetera. I guess plug for InWorld is one challenge we've seen a lot of people face is scaling given the costs of how these models you're using from providers. And one thing we try to do is make it a lot more affordable. So our models are, like 1/10 the price of a lot of leading competitors, because we want to make it easy for people to build really cool experiences, and we want that to be accessible to everyone.
Yeah, that's very appropriate. Like, it's a never-ending race otherwise, right? And it's not like this fine-tuning versus scaling. It doesn't give you that scalable solution if you're always in this kind of never-ending loop there. Absolutely, that makes sense. So I guess like last couple minutes, we'll take this chance to wrap up this session by just, maybe in like one phrase or word or in a few sentences, if you can define what AGI means to you. Quinla?
I think your prep doc said we were supposed to stick to one word, right? I'm not very good at that. But I will say the one word for me is global. I mean, I think about the promise of these models as delivering sort of the first glimmer of the excitement that I had when I saw the World Wide Web for the first time in like 1994 on a Apple computer with like an 11-inch screen. And what struck me was that anybody in the world could put a document up on this worldwide network, and anybody else in the world could access that document. And now we're building sort of through several layers of technology transition and many years of infrastructure effort, we now have these amazing new models that can translate between languages, that can talk to people in natural language voice, whether or not they are literate, that can run on or be accessed from these affordable network computers we all carry around. 7 billion people or something have a phone around the world. And this promise of AGI, however we actually define it and whatever the problems we're trying to solve are, this promise of AGI is global, useful technology that can change everybody's lives.
I guess if I have to pick a word, I would say opportunity. To me, a lot of problems are still not solved there yet. And I think this is not a limitation of the existing tools, AI tools, but it's more of like, there's a place with a lot of work, and you can shape the industry. So I'm really excited about that. Yeah, I think it's opportunity.
AGI for me reminds me of the space race, where it's like, I don't think it's particularly useful to try to go to the moon, but all of the cool tech that came out of trying to do that is very meaningful. That's what I thought of first, yeah.
Yeah, I think my one word echoes everyone else. It was possibility. I think, really unlocking a whole world of different experiences that people can build.
Yeah, those are like really amazing thoughts here. Wonderful. Thank you so much. Let's give a round of applause to all our panelists. And hope this was.
And big hand for our moderator. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, folks. That was a fascinating panel. So we're moving on We have one more panel before the lunch, but that's one of my favorite, VC panel. So I would like to invite to the stage Amrit Rao, general partner from Village Global, our investor at Happyverse. Please give him a round of applause. I would also like to invite Nikolai Reshkin, who is an investor at Elysium Ventures. Please take a seat. Hey, good to see you. Alex Deng, he's an author of a wonderful book about VC called VC Mindset that he wrote together with Stanford professor Ilya Strebolev. Please welcome Alex. And the last but not the least, Katya Yevchenko from BGV, also Stanford alum. All right. Actually, Alex prepared a couple of slides with some takeaways from his book, from his research. And Alex, floor is yours.
Thank you, Max, and thank you so much. So first of all, it's really hard to be in between you and lunch. So that's perhaps the hardest panel to keep you guys engaged. So look, let's be super fast and clear. We've written this book a couple of years ago. Since then, obviously, ChatGPT and AI has dramatically improved our lives. I now talk more about enterprise AI. So the talk that I wanted to make, and Max told me, no more than 5 minutes. So I'll try to be super quick and to the point. What remained the same and what is different in today's world? So what remains the same? One of the key principles that we learned with Ilya Strebolev from Stanford as we were talking and interviewing and doing the survey of venture capitalists. And just as a reminder, out of top 10 companies publicly traded today, 7 were once venture-backed. Therefore, that's the reason why we started to investigate. There is something into how they make decisions. And the number one principle, and I do believe it is, home runs matter and strikeouts do not. And the way that it works, it's super simple and straightforward. That out of, say, 20 bets that VCs will make, majority of them will fail, like 16 of them. 3 to 4 will generate 2 to 4x return, which is amazing return for an investor like me who still invests in treasuries from time to time, but obviously not for VCs. And the general game is about finding this home run, which will generate 10 to 100x return. The way that VCs, and obviously here VCs who would either confirm or I would assume confirm that it's all about catching that outlier. And in order to do so, you have to follow the principle that conviction beats consensus. Meaning that majority of the people in the room, when you discuss this idea, may disagree with you. So you, as a decision maker, may find yourself alone arguing that this is the bet that will generate 10x to 100x return. What I will also remind you as founders that, if there are any startup founders here, that it's very important to demonstrate to your VC as you raise that you can become that 10x to 100x return bet. So this is the same. What is different? The difference is that today, first of all, VCs would expect you to generate a return hopefully better than just by investing in NVIDIA or Mac 7. So meaning that perhaps you have to earn the side of 100x return because their LPs will be happy only if that would justify the risk. But more importantly, I think what I realized when I now talk to many enterprise ventures as well as traditional venture capitalists, that just talking to your ChatGPT or to Claude will not make a big difference, because typically an outlier seeking process is when you disagree. So by the way, you can run an experiment. You can talk to your ChatGPT and just ask what are the risks and would you recommend to invest, and the outcome will be, as you may know, no. And if is this opportunity cool and big enough, the answer in the recommendation would be yes. So my piece of advice is that when you consider as startup founders, when you build your own experimentation machine, think about being alone and being ready to make a bet and to be an outlier and to be more on the conviction than consensus end. Next slide. We asked this very simple question to many VCs, whether they bet on the jockey or the horse where the jockey obviously represents the team, and the horse represents the market opportunity, technology, product, patents, any of those. And the results are pretty revealing. So you may see that obviously, actually many clients or audiences that I present this to, they're kind of confused first, but then they realize, indeed, for any early stage company, for any early stage technology like Gen AI, it's way more important to be a super cool jockey than just to make a very right bet from the very beginning, because you will have to, I would have to use the swear word, pivot as you build your product. So this is important. That remains the same. Obviously, it's all about the team, and we've just seen phenomenal builders at the previous panel. But what is different is that at Amazon, when I was with Amazon e-commerce team and then AWS AI team, I worked a lot with so-called two-pizza team. Hopefully you've heard that, like a small team which has pretty much like 4 to 6, sometimes 8 people. I've never seen even a single developer or engineer who would be enough with the 2 slices of pizza, but let's set that aside. Perhaps let's assume that 2 pizzas is enough to feed 8 people. So, but what I see now that when I present to enterprise clients, I always tell them, I've investigated every single profile of people who are in the room. And then I say, and my assistants helped to do that. Who are they? They are Manus AI, ChatGPT, and Claude. So today, I alone can do the work of so many potential coworkers. So I even coined a term, kind of joking, that it's from 2 pizza team to 1 slice team. And I would definitely, I'm 100% sure that any VC who's sitting here would prefer you not to scale in terms of the team size fast enough. What is way more important for them is whether you can reach and see and work with way more clients and customers and users, but not about the size of a team, which was mantra a few years ago. So today, the smaller is the better. And I truly believe that today a smaller team, perhaps a PM who would actually be able to code himself or herself, is a preferred setup. Next slide, Max. Double down or quit. So who is here actually a poker player? Please raise them. So many. By the way, I've never seen the audience with that many raised hands, because often I felt I'm the only one. By the way, prior to writing the book, nor myself, nor Ilya as a professor knew how to play poker. I actually even thought that poker is a gambling and is not allowed in California. Wrong, you can't play poker in California. So what we did, we asked a guy who wrote the Poker for Dummies, so for me, to teach us poker, and more importantly, he was a VC. He is a VC himself. So what he did, he explained to us all the rules, and then we realized that's exactly how VCs and how many entrepreneurs, startup founders should think. What do I mean by that? It's, you don't make a complete big, large bet right away. You start very, very small. That's a pre-seed stage, seed stage, though some may argue now that some seed stage funding is a bit too much nowadays. But well, we still assume that it's then Series A, then Series B, then Series C. So you double down, and at every single point you can quit. So this principle, which is the principle and the mantra for many VCs, exactly the same principle would be followed at, say, a company that I worked for at Amazon. The same principle would be followed at Google. It's do not make a huge, not bad a farm, make it step by step. Learn, see whether there is traction or not, then double down and invest more. So what is different today is that, to be honest, you can run way more experiments. Not just 10x, but in some cases 100x more experiments. But it would also means that you have to be ready. You just simply must be ready to kill your darlings. And that's super hard. I have to admit that we ran numerous experiments how to promote this book. And it was super hard to finally realize, okay, this method does not work. This promotion channel is not performing well. So what you can do today, you can run way more experiments, but at the same time, you have to be way more, I would say, disciplined about killing the ones which are not performing.
Alex, you can also try creating Happyverse avatar to promote your book.
Okay, go ahead.
As an idea.
I'm doing my best, yes. So go ahead. So the final slide, because I don't want to bore you to death. It's still a long-term play. So we call the entire chapter Great Things Take Time, because many, I think startup founders specifically, underestimate how much time it takes to reach the unicorn status and then to finally exit. It is a very long path to the success. It's not like a half a year, 1 year, 2 year run. It may take 6, 8, sometimes 10 years. So what's different though, and you can have a look at the statistics, that companies founded after 2014 already demonstrate the way faster path to both the first VC round and to becoming a unicorn. And you may imagine, just by simply looking at Cursor or Perplexity, that the pace, or Lovable, that the pace is way, way faster. So now you can find the unicorn in a matter of 2 to 3 years. However, I will still remind you that some patients, these are perhaps the most patient people in the world, because they deal with illiquid, very highly unpredictable, ultra high risk investments. And they still wait in order to get that payoff. So the same applies to you as startup founders. Just stay patient. OpenAI was founded as a company in 2015. It became a unicorn in 2019. And only in 2022, actually December 2022, it became a publicly, generally available service. So just think about that timeline. It takes a while. If you want to know what's going to happen next, perhaps you have to track where VCs are making their bets today at the early stage, and that will point you what will happen in the next 3 to 5 years. But still, stay patient. Even though you may feel that everything is super urgent and super fast, it's not as fast as you may imagine. So great things take time. I think that will be the final point that I want to make, to let actual people who are making bets themselves to share their wisdom. Thank you, Max.
Thank you so much, Alex. Please give a round of applause. And please feel free to pick up one of those books or buy them on Amazon. So I would love to start our conversation with brief interest from each of you. And also, we're not only talking about AGI, we're also talking about happiness, right? So what is one thing that makes you happy in this dynamic world as we're marching closer to AGI, and what makes you maybe not so happy or worried about the world? Maybe Amrit, if we can start with you.
Sure. Thanks, Max. Let's just take a moment and just soak it all in, by the way. You know, look how far we've come, you've come, Happyverse has come since the meeting in Mosaic where it all began. So my name is Amrit Rao. I'm a general partner at Village Global, which is a pre-seed and seed stage fund. Our chairperson is Reid Hoffman, the co-founder of LinkedIn. We have a very differentiated approach to backing our founders, which really centers around capital, of course, but also community. And I think, you know, this is just a beautiful manifestation of Max's vision. And it's probably one of the values that is nearest and dearest to my heart when I think about happiness. It's really human connection and community. And I just, you know, one of the coolest things about the AI age, I have to say, is the impact on some of those core human emotions as we increasingly digitize our lives, which can both be a good thing as well as a bad thing.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Amrit. Nikolai, same question to you. So you've been an investor for quite a bit of time. You invested in AI, obviously, in crypto. So what makes you happy and maybe not so happy about the current state of things as an early stage investor?
Thank you, Max. Thank you for having me. I'm happy to be here. My name is Nikolai. I'm with the Legion Venture Capital. We are early stage firm. We invest in a variety of technologies. We were one of the early investors in companies such as AppLovin. It's a public company. $200 billion company is probably our best performing deal. We invested in Robinhood, in BitFury, in Lime, the scooter company. We have around 50 other portfolio companies that are currently growing up. I'm happy to see the growth, and probably the point of happiness is not when you are achieving something. It's not to reach the goal or reach certain milestone.
It's not about the destination, it's about the process.
The growth, yeah. Not the destination, but the path itself. And the growth in any type of growth, financial growth, emotional growth, personal growth, scalability of your company, it can be user growth or staff growth. That's what makes you happier, that you are moving forward. Not when you hit the plateau or you became a leader in the industry, but opportunity and the expectation that you will get the next step, and regardless how far you are in this race, that's what makes happy all of us. And I'm happy now to see this growth in the AI world, and this expectation. We don't know what's going to happen next. We don't know when we're gonna hit AGI, but we are expecting that one day it will become feasible, and we will witness it. And we have good expectation in terms of the longevity, that one day it will disrupt not only technology and consumer side, but also medicine, healthcare, future of education, financial systems. There are so many things that can be improved, and we expecting that we'll witness it, or our kids for sure.
Fantastic. Thank you, Nikolai. Alex, slightly different question for you. So you've been studying venture capital for the last few years. What do you think is going to happen to VC industry as we're getting closer to AGI, right? Because people talk a lot about disruption of different industries, like manufacturing or, I don't know, service. What do you think is going to happen to investing fundamentally? Because if AGI is able to process all the information and make the right diversified decisions, what's going to happen to investors?
Such a wonderful question. I actually would love to hear from VCs themselves what they think, because what we observe is that VCs are automating themselves. So they automate some of their routine processes, from conducting a due diligence to in some cases sourcing. It's a semi-automated sourcing at this point. So it's happening across every single industry, and VC industry is not an exception. It's just automating things which didn't really people enjoy that much. So they just replace that with AI agents or robots, still hopefully with a human or a VC in the loop. What I think will happen is that because we're at the moment when the entire ecosystem may change. I would truly compare that to switching from horses to cars, and therefore we're living through this moment, and people who are taking risks, who are trained to understand what is realistic to build and what is not, are VCs. So I think they will play such a crucial role in identifying future champions, the ones that we will get to know 20 years from now, and we'll think how the life could be without these companies. So I think that's what will happen. VCs will play a very big role, as well as technology companies, but VCs as well. VCs or CVCs, corporate venture capital. But at the same time, their work and their job will be kind of semi-automated. The bigger trend as well that we observed is that there will be no middle ground. It will be really hard to be kind of not big enough, like Andreessen Benchmark and Sequoia, and not niche enough to truly understand uniqueness of different niche verticals, to source cool ideas very early on. Anyone in between, kind of in the middle, I think they will be lost, or LPs are really, really skeptical, at least the ones that I talked to, about their performance.
Thank you. Yeah, maybe Katya, if you could please introduce yourself and also answer the same question. about AGI and what it means for VC ecosystem.
Thank you so much. Well, first, Max, really thanks for inviting me. Really enjoy being here today. Such a happy event, such a happy place to be. My name is Katya. I'm principal at BGV. We're an early stage venture fund. We have around 500 million under management, and we invest in enterprise AI technologies broadly. Two things under that umbrella. One is vertical AI, AI for legacy industries like insurtech, healthcare, manufacturing, construction. And second is agentic AI, so autonomous tools for functions within enterprise. This is how we define it. For example, sales and marketing, cyber, legal, finance. I've been there for 2 years now. Most of my expertise comes in healthcare and insurance, but also other industries too. Before that, I was at Stanford, did my MBA degree there, and I also have extensive background in management consulting. So coming to VCs and how we are defined, I totally agree with Alex. A lot of things are being changed for us, and it comes from the old cycle of investments, starting from sourcing. We built our own sourcing tools that basically tailor to us and what we look in startups. Second, due diligence. We have no tools that can help screen us opportunities very quickly, like recruiters review their resumes. We also look for particular things, including like market sizes and things like that. So it's also automated deep research for VCs. Even portfolio work is automated. And I had to become proficient in Replit as well. So we have to, do whatever is required and be on top of the things. So it's automated across the board.
Fantastic. So I have a question for all of you. I'm also a former investor, and I used to do like a lot of financial modeling, trying to predict cash flows, EBITDA, etc. So how do you guys incorporate AGI in your models, right? Like, is it something that you pay attention to? Like, okay, let's say AGI is 2 years from now, what it means for returns for your portfolio, or is it 10 years from now? Is that something that you already include in your analysis? And also, related question, how are you thinking about like very concentrated portfolio, like betting on like 1 or 2 potential AGI winners versus doing lots of small investments and just thinking that there could be multiple winners?
That's a great question, Max. I too was a late stage investor and thought a lot about EBITDA in my 20s. It's truly a great question because I think AGI is forcing everybody, whether you're an investor, a manufacturing worker, etc., to really disaggregate what is my zone of genius, what is my comparative advantage relative to a foundation model that keeps getting better, and how do I add value to whatever value chain that I'm a part of. So with the specific framing, we invest so early that we're typically not modeling the cash flows. We never thought about Happyverse's 2030 EBITDA, but we do look at TAM very specifically. We utilize LLMs for competitive landscape, for just sort of understanding a market structure, finding analogies to markets that have never before existed, which is what we're typically investing in, to markets that have existed since the beginning of time. And I like to use AGI and LLMs for as a foil for my creativity as an investor. Because as Alex pointed out, it's really making out of consensus creative bets that an LLM could never generate on its own.
Thanks. How about you, Nick?
For early stage companies, there are not many things to validate. So it's impossible to do full due diligence, financial due diligence, and etc. because it's mostly the idea stage, and there are no product market fit. So what you are looking for a founder market fit, whether those founders are capable to deliver what they aim to, and in terms of the AGI, if the company is doing pure AGI, then for us it's a moonshot because no one knows when it's actually going to happen, and but all of the companies that we are looking at, they are AI-enabled companies. But what we do believe in, that in 5 years from now, they won't be just AI-enabled. All of them became AI-native companies. So AI will penetrate, it already penetrates all of the industries. And in terms of the due diligence from the fund perspective, obviously there are four major criteria for due diligence regardless of the stage. You validate the product, you validate the technical, doing technical due diligence, financial due diligence, corporate and legal. Product and technical due diligence, it's about the product, about the skills of the founders, about the idea, and etc. Corporate due diligence, it is the relationship between shareholders. If the company is growing, then obviously you want to see the numbers, financial statements, P&L, metrics, etc. And legal due diligence to make sure that everything is in set. If you want to incorporate AGI projections, it's just impossible to do that. And hopefully, it won't be us or our analysts who'll be doing these financial models. When the AGI will actually happen, then we'll delegate this work for artificial intelligence to perform such complex models.
Got it. And just to slightly reframe the question, I think, Nikolai, you in particular have sort of flexible mandate as far as I understand, right, as a general partner. So you can invest early, but you can also invest later if you want to. How are you thinking about this dilemma, I guess, that some of flexible investors have, like to put all money into, let's say, OpenAI, Anthropic, and a Google basket versus doing a lot of small investments, betting on those like one pizza, two pizza teams to do something meaningful?
I'm a bit conservative for the early stage companies as of today. We currently run 2 funds, early stage funds, and we write checks up to $1 million from the early stage funds and checks $1 million to $10 million for the growth stage funds. And for us, we are mostly looking for companies that will stand out because we are in Silicon Valley, and every day you'll see thousands of companies trying to compete in the industry. Everyone understands that the pie is huge, that AI will penetrate all of the industries. The question is, who will be the winner? Because if you look at the historically at the YC type of companies, Y Combinator, obviously it's an iconic startup accelerator, and let's say 10 years ago, it's been on average 10 to 15 companies per batch, and there were the statistics of YC. It's been 1 company per batch that became a winner, that stand out, that became super successful. And now you'll see that on average, one Y Combinator batch consists of 300 companies, or sometimes even 400 companies. And it's still only 1 company per batch that became successful. And I understand that Y Combinator is growing, their fund is growing, but now the odds are against me. So if on average I was looking 1 out of 15, now I need to do diligence for 400 companies with the same statistics. And you see that out of 400 companies in Y Combinator last batch, 300 companies were doing AI agents. And some of them, they were doing exactly the same thing. And I don't want to be as badly famous as Klein Perkins 10 years ago, because Klein Perkins, it was famous because they declined investing in Facebook early on, saying that we have a conflict of interest in our portfolio because we invested in 3 other social networks. So we're not going to bet for the 4th one. But as of me today, let's say I see 3 AI agents that I believe some of them will become a winner, and all 3 of them are coming from the Y Combinator batch. But I don't know how many other companies exist on the market and who'll become a winner. So I'd rather wait and see, and that's what our approach for early stage funding. For growth stage funding, obviously the revenue is the key. As long as you take the market, and obviously for growth stage companies, it's hard to determine the valuation. But if company is having, let's say, 3% only market share, and they are willing to maintain this 3% of market share on the extreme extremely exponentially growing market, then it can be a lot of money and it can be a big business.
Thanks, Nick. Katya, maybe a question for you. So your fund is focusing on B2B, enterprise, and also investing globally, as far as I understand. Where do you see opportunities right now? What are you mostly excited about these days as an investor?
Yeah, absolutely. We also invest early stage, and like it was said before, early stage, the most important thing is the team. So we are in the business of finding the right people. It's easier said than done, I guess, but I think my best benchmark for this is when you talk to founders, does this founder have some unique insight? Does make you feel like he's living in the future? It's not that straightforward, but I think as an investor, you start to notice some patterns as you talk to more and more founders. And talking about differentiation, in our fund, we believe that talent is everywhere in the world. So that's why we source startups in different places outside of the Silicon Valley. Some of our target geographies include France, also Israel, India, and now extensively Japan. So all these countries have a lot of great talent, a lot of universities, a lot of AI researchers. So we try to differentiate for that angle. And we also like to partner with companies early and partner with them long term. We also have a growth fund, but most of the time this fund invests in existing portfolio companies. So we like to expand the ownership and the partnership in that way. And another thing I would like to say is a lot in our business is about timing, being there in the right time. We also invested in a company, I guess, that was doing AI avatars, but I think it was 5 years ago. Great idea, super, cutting edge innovation back at the time, but the technology was not there back at the time. So team, timing, and having a unique point of differentiation as a VC fund is very important, especially to the point of Alex, when we see a lot of large funds that have big brands, a lot of money. So this is how we try to differentiate these days.
Awesome. Well, we have a few more minutes, so I would love to see if there are any questions from the audience, and maybe Seth, if you could help monitor, I can give you one of the, there's a microphone. But Alex, I wanted to ask you a bit of a philosophical question, if I may. So you worked as an operator, as an entrepreneur. I think you started your business. You also worked at companies like McKinsey and I think Ernst & Young, right, or one of the big four companies. You obviously went to the business school. When did you feel the happiest in your career as a professional? What gave you the most sort of meaning or fulfillment? And maybe it was writing the book, maybe it was promoting this book, or maybe something else.
The happiest moment, that's a truly philosophical question. I actually think that we live in pretty much the happiest moment. And there is a very specific reason I'm stating that. About 2 years ago, as we were writing the book, and ChatGPT was already available, of course, I tried ChatGPT to do some research, help me to find great case studies or examples, and ChatGPT in many cases, it just simply failed to do so. So I still had to rely on myself and our researchers. 1 year ago, after we published the book, I built a custom GPT, which I uploaded this book, and it was a bot that pretty much replicated myself and my co-author. And more importantly, I started to talk to this book. So when I was asked this kind of a question or any media, I would actually stop relying on my own brain. I started talking to my own book because it worked way better. It had a better memory, it picked the better use cases, it picked way better phrasing and words. This year, I realized that I easily built pages, games, tools, automate things in my life, and I do not know how to code. I have to admit that all of that turned out to be magic to me, and I think that's what makes me happiest, because I just heard some children laughing over there, and I realized that I would rather spend more time there than answering some questions from some media channels, etc. Because if AI can do that on my behalf, why not rely on that? So I think that the happy moment to me was when I realized that I can do something which I did not know how to do at all. So to some extent, it's a completely new world. I can, to some extent, 10x myself. And then the remainder 1x spend the way that I want to spend it. So I think that would be the true answer that, I mean, philosophically it's now. I think it's the right approach overall is to be in the moment, but it had a very specific reasons for that.
Fantastic. I think we should build a Happyverse confidant on top of your existing custom text bot that knows about your book and can share with anyone the insights in an interactive and engaging way. So let's talk about it over lunch. But any questions from the audience? Please raise your hand. And oh, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I wanted you guys' opinion on how you value AI companies. And so I think the context here is like, ARR doesn't mean as much. So like, if I want to switch from like Claude Code to Codex, I just like type a different command, or like from Cursor to Windsurf, I just like Command Tab. And so like, how do you value companies that are so easy to switch between, especially when it comes to like projections for revenue and things like that?
Anyone wants to take this valuation question? Maybe Katya? Yep.
Yeah, I wish I had a more specific answer, but I feel like valuation is more art than science. Good thing we as VCs see a lot of deals. So we see a lot of our portfolio companies get in term sheet from different VCs, so we have some market data. So most of the time we try to follow what's there in the market. Can be hard, it really depends on the founder's background, on traction, on potential of the market. Their acceleration of growth matters a lot. But the earlier the company is, the less there is specifics around it. There are some instruments, like for example, if you invest in SAFE, right, it doesn't have any cap, so there is an opportunity to postpone the pricing somewhere in the future. But it depends on the market, I would say, most of the time.
May I just add two simple words to address this question. I think the VCs that I talk to, they assess growth. And the growth expectation is tremendous because, say, Max just launched 1,000 avatars, if I may say so, in 150 countries. That's the expectation of a growth, that you dramatically scale your business quickly. That's kind of a VC answer. But I also wanted to give you a different kind of an answer from the enterprise perspective, because I'm traveling from time to time outside of this nice bubble in Silicon Valley to companies which are deploying stuff. And I have to admit that they still struggle with just launching a chatbot, which would a customer-facing customer support tool to make sure that the procurement tool will actually save time and money and not just waste AI or be nicely mentioned in the annual report. So to be honest, within Silicon Valley, it's all about growth. Outside of this bubble, I would really, really focus. I would not use the word ROI. It's almost like a swear word, but at least think through how would you pay off for all of that effort? Will it actually deliver value? I think that's what companies are now struggling with. Not just Fortune 500, but even mid-sized. They want to understand, okay, we know about AGI, but how will it actually help me today, tomorrow, the day after tomorrow? That's what they're truly, truly focused on.
Okay, so let's do maybe two more questions. Yeah, please go ahead.
Alex, thank you so much for giving this presentation at the beginning of the panel and talking about how AI is going to change or changing the work of VC funds. Can you talk briefly about how do you think interest rates will change the work of VC funds? Right now we live in a world where interest rates are high and returns are different. It's harder to generate revenue and et cetera. So we'd love to get your thoughts if it's the right idea to use playbooks used by previous startups in the last decade, in the next decade. Thank you.
Look, obviously at LP level or family offices level, they all consider there is a VC, you can invest in NASDAQ, you can invest in Max 7. So therefore, they do compare, obviously, whether that's worth the risk. I think at a VC level, or especially at the startup founder level, you should ignore interest rates to some extent. To be honest, because you're not beating 4% or 5% or 6% interest rate. What you are beating is a 10x, 100x opportunity to truly redefine sectors and industries. So think of building a vertical solution, whether it's in the healthcare or reimagining the experience. I think that's what will deliver significantly high results. And I would just point you to so many companies which easily, I will not say easily, but happily transitioned through the dot-com bubble like Amazon.com, or companies which were founded during the financial crises like Uber, for instance. So I think all of these examples just demonstrate that as an early stage company, your horizon is way, way longer. So I would let these guys be worried about demonstrating to their LPs how are they going to be beating higher treasury rates and the NASDAQ and NVIDIA. As founders or as product people, I would be way more focused on truly building an excellent product.
Fantastic. Okay, let's do one more question.
Hi, awesome panel. Alex mentioned bubble already a few times. And so driving here to the conference, I noticed there were many road signs. Every other road sign has AI somewhere written in it, to the point where many businesses even feel like they need to force AI or have AI in their business model. So how do you respond to someone who says AI is a bubble? And how do you filter out the noise from all that AI?
I will be quick because I want to let these guys respond as well, but I think that it is a bubble. So that would be my conclusion. It is a bubble just by looking at the valuations and by, actually I would look at a different metric. How much of this is fluff? So as soon as all of us would try all of these tools and truly forget about the TechCrunch articles or demos, but actually try to do that yourself, I realized that I cannot rely on these tools fully, and it's still quite early, and you're paying a lot for this very underperforming so often tools. At the same time, we all understand that it just starts there, it's day one, it will become better. So my response to that would be that the bubble is real as well as a shift. I think the shift will be a very material, transformational, and to be honest, I would again repeat myself. It will not be just another iPhone. I think it will be more of a horse being replaced by cars. The only question that I often ask the audience, are you sure that you're not a horse? So I think that's the right question to ask, that will happen. But obviously, I think unfortunately I see so many companies just adding AI to everything, and it's almost similar to what happened with dot-com bubble when everything was dot-com, but the shift is real.
Thank you, Alex.
Yeah, I think these are great questions, and here's my attempt to actually tie together all three questions that were asked by the audience. As an early stage founder at turned VC, I think it's really important to keep the main thing, right? It's your vision. It's where you're trying to head in terms of your enterprise, what difference or impact you're making on society. We are, I'm sure you've heard the term late stage capitalism. Like, we are a very mature financial market and economy. So what does that mean? People generally have a good sense for how big the size of prize is for whatever it is that you're chasing. And whether we're in a bubble or not, whether the interest rates are high or not, it's about what are you trying to create and how valuable is that, and how thoughtful are you about the risks that are within your control, as well as the risks that are exogenous to your business model or to your business in terms of getting there. Are there competitive issues? Are there interest rate issues? One of the things that I think interest rates actually do is it impacts whether enterprise wants to invest in speculative or new products, right? Consumer behavior change happens according to interest rates as well. And so when we think about valuing a company, it's just as, depending on where you are in terms of the product market fit or revenue traction or this and that, it's a tops down analysis of once this company is mature, how much is that company worth? How much capital will it take to get there? And what is the risk to get there? As well as the bottoms up approach of, all right, how much revenue has this company generated? And that's what makes this side of the table fun.
Fantastic. Well, let's give big round of applause for our amazing VC panel. So now we're gonna head out for lunch. We're gonna be back here at 3 p.m. We have fantastic afternoon session, which is gonna be a little bit more focused on mindfulness. We'll hear from a couple of amazing lightning speakers. We'll also have enterprise panel and founders panel. And yeah, please enjoy the lunch. I hope you have great conversations. Seth, you have something else?
Yeah, hey everybody, let's hear it again for everybody that's spoken today so far. This has been really great. Thank you guys so much. So yeah, just a couple really quick points of logistics. So again, thanks for being here. There's actually a restroom right here, and then there's a hallway. And if you go all the way to the end of the hallway, there's some restrooms there. The place that we're gonna be having lunch, Araceli's, it's kind of like around the back of the building.
Hey, folks.
Okay.
Anybody
Well,
watching from around the world? I hope you've been able to learn about the state of AGI, how it's going to be moving, and how the interfaces of AGI are going to evolve, and how's it all going to be funded with VC money.
yeah, that's 100%. It's already sponsored by all of these VCs who are telling that it's actually a bubble. So that is kind of fun to start. Do you actually believe that we will achieve AGI in the next 10 years?
I mean, I forget which one of the speakers was saying it, but but the fact that AGI is a moving target and doesn't really have a clear definition. So we'll achieve something in the next 10 years. Now, we can
I
figure
would
out
say,
whether it's going to be AGI or not. But for me personally, I do see a lot of value in having a clear interface and having Happyverse confidence or any other helpful interface that is there, because the old ways of interacting with the internet are not going to work for the new AI AGI paradigm.
yeah, absolutely. We've been discussing it also with Val and with a bunch of customers who we met in Lisbon now, that actually the interfaces, like what we are producing, remove the boundaries of the conversation with AI brain, with AI itself. So we really look forward to the place where these AIs will be able to also perform the actions and the different kind of work to really help us, become a machine rather than a horse, as Alex said.
All right. Well then, let's take a 40-minute break. We'll be here joining in around 35 minutes to keep everybody entertained, whether you're in the middle of the night like Ovi and I, or you're just enjoying your midday weekend like the folks in the Pacific. But yeah, let's turn off this interface for the next 40 minutes and see you soon.
Yeah. See you.
Hello, hello. So looks like we're almost done with lunch break, and we got quite a few exciting sessions coming up. So what do we have next, Ilya? Let's see.
Yeah, let me open this beautiful
A
picture.
lightning
So
talk by Brendan Brown, and then the founders panel and the enterprise panel. So all of them are going to be looking at how, number one, interfaces evolving with AI, and number two, how is the enterprise world and the startup world is going to change with the oncoming of AGI, whether it's going to be in a year, in 10 years, or in 200.
what will be the most interesting panel in your opinion?
In my opinion, let's see. I mean, actually, there is a third panel that's going to be near the end, the life coaching and mindfulness panel. I do think that it may not be as may not have as much direct business value, but it's just such a topic that there is, on the one hand, so much benefit that AI can bring to the world of mindfulness and coaching. On the other hand, it's just such a charged topic that I can imagine there'll be a lot of hot takes, controversies, a lot of interesting discussion.
Yeah, 100%. Okay, so looking forward to it. Let's see what our guys have. And we actually have a bunch of people online. Also, feel free to ask the questions in the comments. We'll, of course, either answer by ourselves or ask somebody to answer from the stage.
Unlike the avatars, we got like a good 2.5 languages between us. So we can't quite get the full 32, but we'll try our best.
Yeah.
But yeah, Ilya, in general, what's been your favorite moment so far? You said you loved that horses metaphor parallel.
Yeah, it's actually so again the point when the horses were replaced by machines. I mean, if we'll remember what happened with horses after it, everything is actually very good for them. Like they stopped working hard. I mean, now the only thing that horses do is probably relaxing. I mean, in case of them, if they are not competing onto some competitions. But in general, I think life of horses became even better. So I'm not sure if people should be concerned if they're horses. So
Yeah, in this case, I'm still trying to understand. Are we the horses in this parallel, or are we?
Exactly.
Are we just doing a little bit of self-therapy? But yeah, so we have a question I see from Shakram. So what's the most useful feature of confidence? And I'll let you take that one, Ilya. Considering you've just been to Web Summit, you've seen 100 different things being discussed. Yeah, which one do you think stands out?
Sure. I think it's not the feature. It's more the idea that again you speak with AI without any expression. I mean any boundaries with like when you need to text something, when you need to formulate your question. And it's actually and we were discussing it on one of the side events. Is that people are always, when they talk to AI, it's hard to write the prompt because they always self-criticize. And is it good enough? Should I maybe refine it? Or like, what will be the ideal prompt? When the ideal prompt is not existent, you just need to start prompting and trying to get to the goal. So in this case, again, I think that the most important feature or useful thing in confidence is the ability to talk with it. to be able to kind of ask the questions, be able to see like the visuals that it's presenting. So it's rather than like I cannot take one feature out of this equation. I'm just saying like it is so cool to speak not with the interface that we used to know, like website, or even not to the chatbot, but rather than like a representative to a human like image that representing this brand. And so this will be my answer, to be honest. And Val, what do you think is the most useful thing in your opinion?
If we're talking, it depends on the use case. So every use case is going to be different. And if we're talking about business use cases, I do think that CTA, the call to action feature, it encompasses such a broad set of call to actions. And it's a very easy way to see that your avatar, your confidant, actually achieved its goal. If its call to action is to set up a meeting with the real Val, then you can see how many times it sent somebody my calendar, how many times that meeting worked. If its call to action is to add an item to the basket and send somebody to checkout, again, you can see how many times that call to action worked out. So from the business perspective, that's a really exciting feature. Now, if you ask me from a coaching perspective or from internal enterprise perspective, then I'm going to have a whole different set of answers.
Yeah, it makes sense. Yeah, it makes sense. So actually, so we've been talking a lot now also about the AI bubble. I think like every emerging technology is a bubble. But in general, so as a founder, what are your day-to-day operations to avoid getting our company in a bubble? Like, how do you analyze if we are getting to a good traction, if we're like doing something useful?
I mean, look, I think ultimately for us as founders, it doesn't matter if it's a bubble or not. If it's a bubble, we are going to create a good, valuable product for our customers, and we're going to be worth $5 billion. And if it's not a bubble, then we're going to create a good, valuable product for our customers, and we're going to be worth, I don't know, $10. In either case, our goal, my goal is as the co-founder is the same, to create a good, valuable product for the customers. And whether investors want to value it at $2 billion or 20, like my goal doesn't change there.
Yeah, I think we need to show this snippet to every of our client before we start talking. That our ultimate goal is to make them happy.
Yeah, and I think there are quite a few different ways we can make people happy, by like with Mutual of Omaha, the research company, it's actually by making the research feel personal and feel more connected. So just to give you a little background on what we're doing with Mutual of Omaha, well, let me tell you a story. Looks like we still got time. There isn't anybody on stage yet. So the head of research at Mutual of Omaha, she'd bring on a big cardboard cutout to the exec meetings to remind, where did the stage go?
It's still here. I just want to.
Oh, you removed the stage from the stage?
Yeah.
But yeah, so the head of research at Mutual of Omaha, she'd bring this customer cardboard cutout to remind the execs to always think of the customer, to always make sure that the customer is top of mind. Whatever the conversation is, make sure you're always thinking of the customer. And now when she saw the Happyverse confidant, she was like, this is exactly what I need to give that voice to the customer, to allow the customer to talk back to the execs, to allow the customer to bring her opinion to the room. And it's for her, it's a game changer. For her, she's like excited because people won't have to go through a 200-page report to get insights. People are going to have insights right there in a friendly interface, like the customer is sitting in the room right there with you. And that's something that makes you happy, because for her, it's the way to make her work feel valued, to make her work feel useful. So that's how I see our confidence making even an enterprise happy.
Yeah, that's a great story. I'm now not sure if I should distribute the NDA to people who are watching us, but yeah, it's a public contract, so it's rather than it's an announcement. So, and we're actually very glad that we make it work. Yeah.
Yeah, no, feel free. There is no NDA. This is all public information. So feel free to tell the story of Mutual of Omaha and the cardboard cutout that Monica has been carrying. She's not very private with it, so that's not some inside scoop.
Yeah, and I heard that it's very good to tell this kind of stories to other enterprises who might get Happyverse. Let's distribute this beautiful story and provide the context of Val or me to anyone who wants to be the part of this beautiful story.
As long as we don't say that what Anthropic told us, that AGI is coming in 3 days. Wait, no, we weren't meant to say that. No, just kidding. AGI is not coming in 3 days, or at least if it is, we don't know about it. So we should. We are the AGI interface after all.
Exactly. We're prepared.
All right. Let's see if anyone is on stage yet to save our viewers from more of our cringy humor. Not yet. The drum kit does look fun. So Ilya, tell me an anecdote that you have of Happyverse that you think you couldn't imagine happening at any other company except Happyverse.
Anecdote about Happyverse.
An anecdote like a story about Happyverse. Yeah, like this is a Happyverse moment, and you can't imagine that happening at like Google or Amazon or anywhere.
I mean, it's hard to avoid the fact that we started this conference with Founders Rep, which is, I mean, I think it's worth mentioning, and it's kind of it shows the energy that we have at Happyverse. It shows like our values in some cases. It shows like how we perceive some of the things, and I think it's really Happyverse moment. If we talk about like real Happyverse moments, but in general, I think it's always very, very interesting. We are working on something that never been invented, and we trying to push the boundaries further and further. So every day feels like a Happyverse moment, especially when we like I still remember the first time I talked to the first confident, and I was like, wow, it feels like the future. It felt very, very weird at first place, and then
I remember how I talked to your avatar, and it wasn't the avatar that you created on the Happyverse. It was an avatar that you created on one of the competitor platforms. But like, it was so ugly, and I and its voice was like terrible. I mean, not like it's still day one for the industry, and there are lots of bad avatars out there. And but yeah, I was like, is that him? Is that what he's really like? And yeah, it was it was
just a bad shot.
A bad shot, exactly. Looks like Max is getting ready.
Okay, let's give him a stage.
Not quite. Looks like there are still quite a few people coming on stage, but we got about a minute until we say goodbye.
Yeah, guys, can you tell us in the comments what did you like the most throughout this almost 3 hours that we have our AGI Summit? That would be interesting to get some feedback.
Any comments? Any comments? No comments yet.
Yeah,
I guess.
there are no comments, but we also have some latency, so we're like 5 seconds faster than the live video. So, see.
Yeah. Yeah. So what we were thinking is we could connect avatars into the call and see what happens. Just connect a bunch of weird avatars, but I don't think we can actually do that on this platform, can we?
Yeah, for this platform, we will not be able to do it. We will need to get it somehow connected to like Google Meet and reconnect it.
That will have to be a separate event. So Shahram, I see, says that the panelists are cool. All right. Anybody that stood out for you, Shahram?
Yeah, I think we will now have this 5 seconds latency.
You know how on the call centers they have this typing sound like.
Yeah.
Alex
Okay, we
Dang.
have a favorite, Alex Danek. Nice. So it's
Are
actually.
we gonna give the favorite panelist the viewer sympathy award, like a trophy on stage?
Yeah, we can. We'll just need to include also people who are watching this offline, and
Yeah.
and yeah, we'll be able to kind of.
Oh yeah, and I didn't hear. Sorry, I didn't hear Seth announce this, but our confident challenge is still ongoing, right? So
Yes.
want to give a quick intro and maybe even share the link?
Yeah, sure. So let's post the link in the comments. So we actually have a confident challenge, which is still on, and you still can participate in it. So what you need to do there is to create a confident using Happyverse. It's absolutely free to do so, and it must be something useful. So it should be working good. And provide some help for people. And we have actually 2 prizes there. So one is $500 prize for the biggest amount of the unique users talking to your confident, and the second prize is our team sympathy. So our team will choose one of the confidents that you guys created, and will give this prize to the winner. Yeah.
So spend 5 minutes creating a confidant and win up to $1,000 in prizes.
Exactly.
That's not a terrible IRR right there. So you know what's the rate? That's like 612 divided times 1,000, $12,000 per hour. That's like that's a pretty good consulting rate. So yeah. If you have 5 minutes, feel free to jump on, mute Ilya and me for a second. We'll and create a confidant. It's really easy.
Is it correct if they will spend an hour creating the confidant, we'll pay them 12,000?
The prizes are $1,000. Let's not get crazy here.
That would be a good hour idea.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that would be not yet. Maybe one day, you know, when confidants start becoming like getting these 100,000 people audiences. Maybe, but not yet.
Yeah, we're looking forward towards it. Okay, so I see some people getting back to the room, so we can probably unmute them, and in several minutes we will continue with the next panels. So yeah, let's turn the call.
I think the next one is gonna be a lightning talk from, I believe, Brendan Brown, right?
Yes, exactly.
So yeah, Brendan Brown has an interesting story as the founder and the priest evangelist of Harris Church, and he's a very inspiring speaker. So I'll let him take the word.
Yeah. Okay. So I see we're starting.
All right, folks, please come in. Please take seats. We have plenty of seats, so please come in. We're getting started.
All right, so please come on in, take your seats. We're going to start the next part of the summit. I'm going to grab the people outside and bring them in. Thank you all who are here for being the well-behaved people of the group. Get special rewards afterwards. Before you go today, make sure you visit, we have a merch table, a Happyverse merch table, which has also t-shirts, some mugs, some notebooks, so feel free to grab something for yourself to bring home. And we're going to be welcoming up to the stage Brendan, who is the founder of this church, the place where we find ourselves today. So let's just give a round of applause and thank you for allowing us to use this space.
Thank you, Seth. How's everybody? You happy? You healthy? Awesome. Can we just give the guys for Happyverse just a big thank you for putting this on? We appreciate you guys. This is awesome. Love seeing things happen on the island, but more importantly, helping humanity. Amen. So thank you so much for being here. As Seth mentioned, I'm the founder of Ayers Church here in San Francisco Bay Area. Moved here 8 years ago with my family from Australia. We sold everything or gave it away. Moved here with 12 suitcases, and it's been an adventure, that's for sure. And so it's just an honor to be able to share today and just encourage, I guess, you guys in what we're trying to all achieve together is to help humanity really have healthy mental health and to really kind of flourish in life. And so I've just some thoughts this morning or this afternoon that I wanted to share, and the topic is called As a Person Thinks. And so if you change your thoughts, you can change your life. And I really want to speak on this today because one of the things that I've been thinking about a lot, obviously being here in Silicon Valley and San Francisco Bay Area, is the terminology of AI, and it's artificial intelligence. But I really want to try and recapture that and not just speak about artificial intelligence, but authentic intelligence. Because I really believe that all of us who are on this journey, especially as we live here in the Bay Area, are kind of wrestling with the concept that if AI takes over, AI can change the world in a positive manner, but also has effects on every single person who is impacted by AI, and that could be to do with mental health, it could be to do with the way that people have jobs and how they resource themselves. And so people are got a lot of questions right now, and I know that for a fact as we have many people within our own church community who are facing kind of these type of conversations. I'm having a lot of these conversations. And so I really wanted to speak about a thought about changing your thoughts, because I've discovered this with me. Wherever I go, I still am there. And so if I move from here to Sydney, I'm there. If I move from Sydney to New York, I'm there too. If I change my marriage and I leave my wife and go find another wife, I'm there too. If I leave a relationship and go to another relationship, I'm there too. If I leave one company and go to another company, I'm still there. So I really have to deal with who I am, and I think we all have to wrestle with that, because the reality is that our lives are impacted based on our thoughts. And so there's this book that I want to share. It's called As a Man Thinketh. It's by a man named James Allen. And I would love for every single person to maybe take a photo of this and just take this down. I really recommend reading it. It was written many, many years ago. But this man who wrote this book, As a Man Thinketh, really spoke to the concept of human and human thought. And where does that come from? And so the statistics of this right now, when it comes to mental health, if we can put it up there on the statistics, Nathan, thank you. It says 1 billion people worldwide are living with mental health conditions like anxiety or depression. Mental health disorders are the second leading cause of long-term disability globally. In many countries, government spending on mental health is very low. Example, the median spending is 2% of the health budget, according to the WHO. And in America alone, 1 in 5 US adults experience mental illness in any given year. That's a big problem. It's a big challenge. And I know we're here today trying to solve these challenges when it comes to mental health and AI and what that looks like for the human. And so our thoughts really are when they fire together, they wire together. And this is a thought from Dr. Joe Dispenza. And as he speaks about the concept of our thoughts really matter, because the thoughts dictate the happiness of our lives. The thoughts dictate the peace of our lives. The thoughts dictate the way we see the world and everything in it. And so our thoughts can transform the information through information, experiences, worldviews, and our perspectives. It changes our physiology and informs our bodies on how we should feel, think, act, or behave. And so mental health is very, very important. And I believe this is why we're here today, is we're trying to help people be happy. We're trying to help people find purpose. One of the things that this book from James Allen that he wrote, As a Man Thinketh, became one of the best sellers. But it wasn't just a thought that he had. It actually came from an ancient book, which I preach out of most weekends, and it's called the Bible. King Solomon wrote this book, and he wrote in Proverbs chapter 23, verse 7, centuries ago, he says, "For as a man thinks in his heart, or thinks within himself, so he becomes." So really, we are being shaped by our environment, but more importantly, we're being shaped by our thoughts. How we think really will determine the health of our lives. So thoughts shape our character, and they shape our future. Your thoughts are being shaped by the way you think. Your thoughts are being shaped by the input that you receive. Through the eyes and through the ears are the windows of our soul, and those things are impacting us in either a positive way or a negative way. And each of these things will determine the future direction of our lives. If I was flying from Sydney to San Francisco, and I set the coordinates of that plane, say I was piloting that flight, and I set it 1 to 2 degrees different, how many of you know that I'm not going to end up at my desired destination? When it comes to our lives, our thoughts get to set the coordinates of our lives. And today I wanted to reaffirm to you that as you think in your heart, so you will become. Your purpose is directed by your thoughts. Your destiny is directed by your thoughts. As you think in your heart, so you become. There's a beautiful passage found in the scripture in Romans chapter 8. And one of the things that I love about scripture is psychology right now is catching up with a lot of what scripture has been saying for centuries and generations. In Romans, Paul, the apostle, he writes this passage, and he says, those who live according to the flesh have their minds set on what the flesh desires, but those who live accordance with the Spirit have their minds set on what the Spirit desires. The mind governed by the flesh is death. It's condemnation, it's shame, it's guilt, it's I'm never enough. People are feeling like this. They feel like they're never enough, they're never going to make it, they're never going to have enough. This is the world we live in. But the mind governed by the Spirit is life and peace. And here we are talking about Happyverse. And we want to be happy. We want to see our world happy. We want to see people flourishing. But so often people have their minds set on the wrong things. And as they set their minds on things that really don't matter, the scripture tells us that there's death, there's condemnation, there's shame, there's guilt, there is I'm never enough, I can never make it. But yet there's another way, it's this mindset on the Spirit which brings life and peace. Another version of scripture says joy. And happiness is very different to joy. Happiness is circumstantial, but joy is an eternal gift. And so as we think about this, where you set your mind will actually determine your mindset. Where is your mind set this morning or this afternoon? What are the things that you continually rehearse in your mind? Maybe you're in here today and you are feeling like, I'm not good enough. I really can't find a solution for this. I don't feel like I measure up. Can I tell you this afternoon that your mind will determine the story of your life? And my encouragement to you today would be to set your mind on the things that really matter. For me personally, not just as a pastor, but me personally, the things that matter the most for me is my marriage. It's my children. It's not so much the career that I do, it's the person I'm becoming. And I want to encourage all of us, because I know, being in the Bay Area, we work long hours. And there is so much pressures and deadlines and KPIs and things to meet. But I don't believe that success is in all those things. I believe success is about building a healthy marriage. I believe success is about building healthy children. I believe success is about being healthy and holistic so that you have the best of you so that you can offer somebody else a healthy perspective. In life, your life is always moving in the direction of your strongest thoughts. This is Craig Rochelle, Pastor Craig Rochelle. He runs a global leadership summit. He's one of the world's greatest leadership teachers. And he says this, that your life is always moving in the direction of your strongest thoughts. So when it comes to your thoughts, what are you thinking about? Because what you're thinking about will determine the outlook of your life. Laos 2 says this, watch your thoughts, they become your destiny. Your destiny is all about the way you think. So if you change your thoughts, you can change your life. Again, going back to scripture, as I said, many of these passages of scripture speak a lot about the mind. I'm not here preaching to you today. I'm just revealing what is already written in an ancient book that psychology is teaching us. Psychology will teach you today that the brain changes itself. It's called neuroplasticity. But scripture talks about it and says it's called repentance, metanoia, which means to change your thoughts. Listen to what Romans 12 says. It says, stop imitating the ideals and the opinions of the culture around you, but be inwardly transformed by the Holy Spirit. Listen to this, a total reformation of how you think. This will empower you to discern God's will as you live a beautiful life, satisfying and perfect in His eyes. So in other words, the world is trying to tell us how to think or what we should think, but the reality is there's a better way to think. There's another way to think. And as I have kind of walked this earth and as I've kind of journeyed this out, especially over the last 24 years, 24 years ago I wasn't walking in a spiritual relationship. I was running nightclubs and I was on drugs and my life was a mess. I had no purpose. But it was in a moment where I had an encounter that changed my life. And as I have journeyed the last 24 years, I've started to realize that my thoughts are not always the right thoughts. And as I've journeyed this out, I've discovered there is another way to think, a higher way to think, and I have the opportunity to tap into that realm of thinking so I can think different types of thoughts. Listen to what Dr. Joe Dispenza says. He says, change your mind, you change your life. Dr. Caroline Leaf says this, as you think, you change the structure of your brain, renewing your mind. It's not just biblical, it's scientific. And I love this because psychology is teaching us constantly about neuroplasticity, about how we can change our mind. But the reality is where are we basing our thoughts on and who is giving us that perspective? Is it the culture around us trying to shape us to their idiosyncrasies and their ways of living, or are we actually tapping into a greater source? And I believe this greater source is the higher power, which I would call God. But other people might call it creation, whatever you want to call that. But the reality is there is a different way to think. So how do we enter into this different way of thinking? I would say practice self-reflection, solitude, meditation, and renewal. Because there's three realms that we all face. The first realm is the external realm. It's the realm that is out here, all the noise. You walk out into the world next week, and as you enter your Monday morning, there is a world out there speaking. It's trying to signal messages. It's trying to give you messages. There's this external world that is speaking to us. It's what's happening outside of you. Then there's an internal world, which is what's going on inside of you. But then there's this eternal realm, which is what is happening above you. And there's this realm that we can tap into that is not the same way as the world thinks. And it's really interesting to note because as I have gone on this journey, I have had to realize this for my own personal life, that I cannot change what's going on inside of my wife. I cannot change what's going on inside of my children. I cannot even change what is going on inside of the people in my congregation. But what I have total responsibility of is what's happening inside of me. and where am I getting that input from? And so when I look to the eternal, it changes the way I see myself. But it also changes the way that I see the people around me. And so as I draw on that and renew my mind, then I see people the way that God sees people. And I can come alongside somebody and I can start to speak into their situation by revealing truth, by coming alongside, revealing peace, and by giving hope. And so my hope today is that as I am sharing with you, we could just take a moment right now at the end of this presentation, and I could just teach you something that I do that helps me really center myself to listen to that moment of reflection, to go, why am I thinking those thoughts? How did those thoughts get there? And are those thoughts true? Are those thoughts true about myself? Or are those things that I've heard someone label me to be? Are those thoughts true about myself? Or are those lies that I have believed about myself? And so if we could, we're just going to do an exercise. I'm going to ask you to put anything down that you've got in your hands just for a moment. And I'm just going to ask you to put your hands on your knees. I'm going to do this with you as well. And psychology would call this grounding. Bible can call it meditation or pausing, reflecting. But I just want to teach you what I do when I kind of feel overwhelmed, because I believe today that there is people in here that you're kind of feeling overwhelmed. You're feeling overwhelmed maybe with life, maybe with business pressure, maybe you're not meeting KPIs, maybe you're here today and finances are a struggle, maybe there's stuff going on in your marriage, maybe your kids are freaking you out right now, which is a real thing sometimes. But just how do we receive peace? How can we still our souls just for a moment in a frantic world and realize that everything outside of my control I have no control over, but everything that's happening in my heart and my mind, I'm the captain of the ship. And like that plane that flew from Sydney to San Francisco, I get to set the coordinates. Because if I can set the coordinates by renewing my mind, then it doesn't matter what happens out here, but it really matters what happens on the inside here. There's one story in the Bible I'll finish with before we do this exercise. Jesus was in a storm on a boat with all his disciples. It's very interesting because he was asleep while this storm was battering the boat with all these waves. And the disciples were freaking out as you would if you were on that boat. And they came running over and they woke him up. They said, "Don't you care? Don't you feel what we're feeling?" And Jesus stood up and he spoke to the storm and it became calm. And basically, I just want to leave that story in your mind, because the storm could be chaotic right now in your world. You could be feeling overwhelmed. You could be battered on every side. But you can be in the midst of a storm and still feel peace. And I've discovered that in my life so many times, that when there's stuff going on all around me, somehow I'm able to tap into some supernatural peace. And so today we just want to do this together. It's called grounding. And I'm going to ask you just to put your hands on your knees, and we're just going to breathe. Just going to take in 5 breaths. So if we do that together, let's do that. One more. Now I want you to just sit and open your eyes and just see 5 things. Doesn't matter what they are, but just call them out in your mind. 5 things that you can see right now. So I can see a man wearing a blue sweater. You can see a camera up the back of the auditorium with a red light on. I can see this chair in front of me. I can see this cool looking robot. And I can see these lights. Now I want you to close your eyes, and I want you to feel 5 things. I can feel the chair under where I'm seated. I can actually feel my feet touching the ground in my shoes. I can feel the denim on my jeans. Hopefully by now you felt 5 things. I'm going to ask you to do something a little bit difficult. Keep your eyes closed, and now I want you to hear 5 things. It's going to be a little bit harder, but I'm trying to get you to relax. I want you to ask yourself, now that you're so centered, what is my purpose? What matters most? Who matters most? And that situation you're facing, I just speak over that. This too shall pass. My prayer and hope and commitment for you is that as you take time to reflect on your purpose and why you do what you do, that you would be reinvigorated and refreshed to know that you're about helping people find purpose, about helping people find peace, and about helping people live their lives passionately to make a difference on the earth. Thanks for listening. Amen.
Thank you so much, Brandon. Let's give another round of applause. Thank you. That was very powerful. All right, so we are moving on to the next section, which is going to be Founders Panel. So please help me welcome Asad, Abdulaliv, Ainur, Alex, and Ada or Ardak to the stage. Please welcome.
Happyverse is cooking confidants for universe. Avatars that look like you, or maybe slightly worse. Silicon Valley bros, techie nerds and finance pros. For what it's worth, we can also rap and make some noise. Happyverse, happyverse. Huh? Happyverse, happy. Okay. Happyverse, happyverse. Wow. Happy. So slay.
All right. Well, it's such a pleasure for me as a founder to welcome a panel of fellow founders. We all know how difficult it is to get things going 0 to 1. Yeah, let's start with some brief intros. So maybe, Asad, if you could introduce yourself.
Thanks, Max. Hi, everyone. My name is Asad, and I'm a founder and CEO of Silk Road Innovation Hub. So we're building a community for founders from Central Eurasian countries. Here in Silicon Valley, we have a big hub based in Palo Alto, and we've been around for like 2.5 years. Over 350 startups, I think total valuation over 3 billion now. So things are going on pretty well, and happy to talk more. Thanks.
Fantastic. Thank you. Alex?
Hi, everyone. My name is Alex. I'm the founder of Noma. We're building next generation personal finance and financial planning tools for people who work in tech and their families. Before that, I worked at Google as a software engineer and led ML efforts in the video team at Stadia. So I see a lot of interactions, and similar things, and what Max is working is quite interesting. But yeah, now I switched to financial industry, and there are a lot of interesting problems in that space. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Ada Kosainova. I'm a CEO and founder of Atarino. It's a voice companion for people on the road. So drivers, soccer moms, people who drive use it all the time. I'm serial founder. This is my third startup. And before that, I was in gaming. So I launched a few like iconic games, and now I'm deep in AI. Thank you.
Ainur?
Hello, my name is Ainur. I'm a lab automation engineer. I used to work on humanoids 7 years ago before people even thought about humanoids. During my bachelor's at Oregon State, I studied mechanical engineering and robotics and ended up working in robotics mostly in pharma and biotech, and now I'm going back to humanoids again. And my goal is to create a humanoid scientist, but I'm also working on a marketplace of skills for humanoids.
Fantastic. Well, I have lots of questions for you guys, but let's maybe start with the main topic of our conference, which is AGI. And how are you thinking about AGI? Is it something that is exciting for you or more concerning, where you are on the spectrum of like doomers versus sort of enthusiasts about AGI? Yeah, please share your perspectives.
I can start.
Sure.
I think it's a bit early to talk about AGI. So in my view, LLMs is great advanced calculators and token predictors that can tell you like what's the probability of the next token. That said, I think we can solve a lot of new problems that previously were really hard or impossible to solve with these calculators. And for us founders, I think already we have so much work to do and things to experiment with. So I'm very excited actually about that. I don't care about AGI personally, but I think there's a lot of interesting opportunities. And I can tell you an interesting story. 2022, so when Google was just experimenting with Gemini, it was Bard, a different name at the time. And one person, his name was Blake Lemon, got early access to Gemini. And the model convinced him that it was sentient. So the guy went on TV. So he was wrong, but he went on TV. He started to talk about that. And at the time, everyone was laughing. But I thought, oh my God, this is very interesting. Because if one person who got early access to that got convinced that it's sentient, right, and it can think, then there will be more people in the future who will think the same way. And that opens the road to that realization that people will be forming relationships with the machines pretty soon. So I found that story very fascinating. It was one of the reasons why I quit Google, actually, after learning about that. And I'm really looking forward to what's next.
Fantastic. Yeah, would love to hear your perspective, Adam.
Such an interesting perspective. Yeah, I think, like from technological perspective, the way I think about it, I'm very excited. So I think when I think about AGI, it's about like how far we can push the boundaries on autonomy, like how autonomous they actually can be, the agents or AI. And the second is, how general, like how many human tasks they actually can perform or cognitive functions. So on that part, I'm extremely excited to see where the boundary is. There are things that are more concerning, and it's not about like the AGI taking over the world, but it's more on the human side. To me, it's like, okay, for 10,000 plus years, the humankind invented things such as language, and now, like literally 2-3 years ago, we hacked it. Like not only humans can understand human language, and what do we do with this? And what I see we do with this is we either create AI slaves, hey, do this for me, or AI girlfriends. That's like 2 use cases, the most common use cases. And I'm like, is that it? Is that what humankind can do with this amazing technology? Yeah, I guess that's a thought for, like, food for thought.
Yeah, well, looks like music already started outside a little ahead of schedule. Yep, we'll have a music band in a couple of hours. But Ainur, maybe you could go next. So you built this robot. Can you tell us a little bit more? What brought you to robotics, and do you think that's going to be the AGI interface, or what are your thoughts?
Yes, so the advantage of AI is that now AI helped robotics to become a VC fundable business, because before robotics was not really, it was more like as a service business, not really VC fundable. But now with AI, you can pretty much put the brain of a human, like the way you were saying Happyverse, you can make your avatar, right? And tomorrow we can have Max performing on stage remotely. So the advantage of these robots is that they can be teleoperated remotely at distance. Let's say we're here in San Francisco and you fly to, I don't know, like Boston, right? And then you teleoperate a humanoid from Boston to here. So then in future, we don't even need to come to any events. You can send your robots there. So like that's like one of the examples. But yeah, especially now, I'm really thankful for AI now that, because before robotics and AI kind of like started at the same pace, but then AI made the boom and then helped robotics to also make this curve.
Or don't send them anywhere. Like I really like today how you were standing in the line for food with a robot. And like, why do you, he doesn't need food. Why he has to stand in line?
Okay. Yeah, so Asad, I know you work a lot with entrepreneurs around the world, and especially with entrepreneurs in Central Asia and emerging markets. And I was in Tajikistan and Dubai a few weeks ago, and I think there are lots of problems before AGI that need to be solved, and people there don't necessarily talk about it, right? So it's almost like a privilege of, I don't know, Silicon Valley bubble. But I think what you're doing is amazing by taking the best of the technology that is developed here and expanding it to emerging markets. So could you talk a little bit more, like how successfully does it go, and how do we avoid a situation where all the technology or AGI is developed, let's say, in one of the labs here, right, and no one benefits from it, right, like the rest of the world?
Well, it's already happening because it's not even that. I think even New York is very far away from AI, because you go to New York and like people have no idea what's happening. So I think it's the problem of pretty much anywhere outside Silicon Valley. So we're very lucky to live in this bubble and be at the forefront of these discussions, but I think the whole world still doesn't get it. And so that's why I think it's really important to kind of disseminate the education. And I think what I'm doing right now, and especially what's happening in Central Asia, several governments, Uzbek and Kazakh government, they did a partnership with OpenAI now. And now OpenAI will be freely available to pretty much high schoolers and the university students. And it's not only the access, but it's also like the teaching how to do prompt engineering and all those things. So I think government's thinking being a little bit more proactive. I think Dubai government is doing a great job. So I think that's the main thing. But at the same time, we strongly advise all the founders to actually come here and be at this hotbed of innovation, because it's literally the only place in the world, maybe except for China as well, where they have to be just to stay ahead. Like because the density of talent is so rich here that you cannot even match it with anywhere else. And before, if many of you remember, before COVID, I think there was like Austin was emerging, Miami was emerging, New York were emerging as the new Silicon Valleys, but now I don't think anything is happening there. Why? Just because the talent is so scarce. That's why I think it's not a really big problem. I think people just need to come here, and the job of companies like ours is to really try to disseminate that information, serve as the landing spot for the founders from that part of the world.
Got it. Thank you. Just switching gears a little bit between AGI and happiness. Alex, I'm curious about your perspective on this question that gets asked quite often: does money buy happiness? Because you are now working with wealth management.
I'm probably the wrong person to ask this question.
Well, maybe if you could speak on behalf of your clients. I know you have obviously.
I'll tell you, as a founder, this is founders panel, right? Our goal is to figure out who's the target audience, what is their problem, what is the solution, and are they willing to pay for the solution, right? And that's what we focus it like 99% of our time, really. So I personally just can't think about that, unfortunately, so Max, sorry.
Oh, no worries at all. I actually had an email exchange with Daniel Kahneman, the author of this book, Thinking Fast and Slow, because he published an article 20 years ago claiming that money doesn't buy happiness, But then he changed his mind 20 years later. He collaborated with some professor from Wharton, and suddenly he got proof that no, money does buy happiness. Until a certain point, it's like just really hard to feel happy. But then after a certain point, maybe...
It doesn't, yeah. So, but you need to understand your financial situation, right?
Absolutely.
And I saw so many people when no matter how much money they have, actually, right? If they don't have a clear understanding of what's their financial situation, they feel stress, and in this context, yeah, they're probably not happy, right? And even these days, when there are a lot of layoffs and people are stressed about losing the job, it's actually a good, opportunity to think about all these problems. It's quite often when people are stressed, especially in tech, actually, people don't realize that they're already financially independent. So, and running that exercise can help them relieve that stress. I have a friend who was super stressed when he was affected. It was layoffs at Google, and only after running all these simulations and talking to him, he realized actually that, oh, I don't need to worry about too much, right? I'm totally fine if I don't have a job for the next couple of years. And I can spend that time learning something new, getting new skills, maybe thinking about what I would like to do next, instead of being stressed about how to find a new job in this terrible market. So yeah, that actually in this context it helps. Yes.
Got it. Ada, I'm curious if you could share a little bit more about your stealth startup. Like last conversation we had a couple of or maybe it was like 6 months ago. It feels like a couple of years ago. You were working with truck drivers, right? And they were using your voice AI technology companion, and they had very long conversations. If I remember correctly, you were saying like sometimes like 4 or 5 hours. On our platform, the average conversation is like maybe 2-3 minutes because we are looking for quick answers to certain questions. For coaching, it's a little longer, but maybe an hour maximum. Could you share a little bit more, like what have you learned building this product, and what kinds of problems or needs you're solving for your users?
So yes, our users are truck drivers or people on the road. Actually, people who spend a lot of time alone and they use their hands. It's a very dangerous job to do their job. So up until now, up until Aterino, that's all they've done. They like 80% of the time, of their like awake times, they driving the road and they cannot do anything else. Another part about them is that they're very alienated. They like, many of them are lonely. No one cares about their desires and there are a big portion of our economy who feel this way. So I would argue like, who needs confidant the most is actually not people in Silicon Valley, but people like a truck driver or your DHL driver or your bus driver, right? Like, so our mission was, imagine if you like have someone next to you, sitting next to you, like your co-pilot that you can talk to and who can figure out things for you while you drive. So as soon as we launched that, it was like, it's the best thing that happened to them since like Red Bull, right? So it's literally sitting and like it can figure out things like, okay, what's the weather, where you're going? It's an agent on their behalf, and they can not only drive, but learn things. Now they can learn so much about the world. They can do Google search, and they can really find a meaning that they're not just a function. So yes, many of them talk for like 6 hours a day. That's their window to the world. Because before, they were pretty much humanoids, or like the robots. And I think from that perspective, the value add for humans is incredible for these professions, and I want to see more AI in like professions like that, and like in the situations outside of Silicon Valley.
Yeah, so I have one more question, and then we can open up for the audience. So I know you mentioned robot potentially replacing me doing rap, or doing rap with me next time we do the conference, but what are some of the other use cases you see for humanoid robots? What problem it can solve for us, or maybe create some other problem that someone else will need to solve? Yeah, what are you working on?
So far it can create problems only. So I think that robots should do only dirty and dangerous tasks, like Asimov said. So whatever people don't want to do, like let's say cleaning, like right, a dirty dual, something boring, like moving boxes, dangerous. For me, as someone who worked in like scientific laboratories, when I would work with like pathogens and all these different types of like dangerous like toxins. You don't want to touch all of that. If we had a humanoid working in the, I don't know, like in the lab, COVID would never happen, because then the person would not get contaminated and COVID would not escape. So then all these things like humanoids can actually prevent things from happening. And I think the use cases, sometimes, of course, humanoids are not that great, right? It's like they can't lift too much. Legs may have like issues, like locomotion overall. So I think everything's a tool, dirty and dangerous. And in future, what I see is that we'll have marketplace of skills where a humanoid will be like a new iPhone. You can download any app you want on your humanoid, which will be any skill you want. So let's say you have a humanoid at home and you don't want to go do a haircut. You can go download the skill of a hairdresser and it can cut your hair for you, or any other types of skills like do your nails at home. Basically, whatever you can think about.
Thank you. So yeah, any questions from the audience for our panel? If not, oh yeah, Mike, go ahead.
Hi, thank you. So I'm interested in learning more about the truck drivers. I'm wondering if you detect ever like heightened escalation patterns, like if they're having like an actual mental breakdown or some kind of serious psychological event, and how you all think about how to support them through those moments.
Yeah, that's a good question, because really like voice actually is a technology that can really affect you. Right? So there are already technologies, and it's been, I think, known for some time, where you can detect if someone is feeling depressed through voice, if someone is feeling angry or desperate through voice, or if someone feeling very happy. So we definitely monitor that. We luckily did not have experiences where someone is close to mental health, but we do see like a very strong uplift in well-being. And I think it's not only about that they're not alone in learning, but the agency. They can do things now. They have their own, so our agents, they have names. They have like Sophia, Lara, and they can learn, ask these agents to do things for them, right? So I think the reason that we kind of, positioned ourselves, it's like everyone knows that logistics is a huge industry and like you can make a lot of money there, but, and that it's prone to be disrupted by AI. But I think the fact that we focus on well-being first and truck drivers first actually really paid, because now they have a lot of trust. They already worked with our agents, or with, sometimes they call them angels. Now, I would argue all the other things around truck driving, such as like, your safety manager, your dispatcher, and so on, they have a lot more trusting those AIs, right? So they have like safety AI, and things like that. And think about these people, there are 3.5 million truck drivers in the United States, and they drive $50 billion per day. Like that's how much the economy they run around. So it's more than $10 trillion economy in logistics overall. But the state of these workers are super distressed so far. So just having agency, now they have these AI agents that can actually affect their logistics life and themselves, is a huge, like they say, I thought I'm like doing this job to drive, but I have to do 10 other things. Like I have to remember things, I have to do legal part, so just alleviating that brings a lot of peace to them.
Amazing. Well, we are running a little bit behind schedule, so maybe I'll just ask one last question, and it's going to be maybe a deep question, not necessarily lightning round. So I know, Asad, for example, you worked at McKinsey, TaskRabbit. Alex, you worked at Google and big companies, and at some point you decided to start a company, become a founder. So what advice can you give to folks in the room who are maybe very early on their founder journey, or even still working at companies like Google or McKinsey and thinking about becoming founders? So what advice would you give on how to make this decision and how to think about success?
That's a really good question, and I was thinking about it. And when we were at the business school, me and Max, I think a lot of people wanted to go and find corporate jobs, like want to go to consulting, investment banking, big tech. Why? Because it felt safe. You go there, oh, it's a really good job. They pay you well. They give you free food and everything. So at least that was kind of our understanding. It's really cool jobs. They pay above the market, and it's like a guaranteed job, right? A guaranteed good life in the U.S. 5, 7 years forward, you know, lots of layoffs and people who spend their like 20s, 30s, and 40s in big tech companies, you know, they gave their best lives. They're actually being laid off just like left and right. You know, I just read a LinkedIn post, a lady just gave a birth to a baby and she was like 2 weeks in and she got laid off from Google. I'm like, so big tech is not a guarantee anymore of a stability. And I would say like the best stability you can have is to be your own boss, because no one can literally fire you because you run your own company. Of course you have to hustle. Of course I work maybe more than I used to work at McKinsey, for sure. Weekends and everything. I travel much more, you know, you work weekends, you know, you work, it's 996, and for us it's 997, or because maybe it's even late than that because we have to work Central Asia times as well. But at the same time, that gives so much stability because I know my performance and my life and well-being of my family depends only on my performance. Not anyone's decision, not Sergey Brin waking up one day and saying, like, oh, I decided to lay off like 10,000 people. There's no one else who decides my fate. And I think that's kind of empowering. And my biggest advice to everyone who's on the brink, who's thinking about leaving or still have an illusion that Google will not fire you, or Apple or some other company, they will. So kind of my advice is to just go and start something. I think now is the best time. Thank you.
Awesome. Alex?
I'll maybe just add a couple of things. My advice would be keep your expectations low. Things take time, much longer than most people plan for, and that creates a lot of stress when people don't plan well for their startup journey. That creates a lot of stress, and make sure that you get support from your family. It's a huge win. So I was fortunate to get that support, and I continue receiving that, and it's amazing. It's a huge difference. So yeah, thank you.
Fantastic. Ada, any perspective from you? You're a serial entrepreneur. Did this
I
twice
think,
already. Doing this for the third time. What
I started my first business in college and like sold it. I was 24. I went to business school because I thought there are going to be people who want to change the world, but I actually found very few people there who want to change the world. Most of them wanted to get into a cushy job, and I actually like failed most of the interviews at business school, yeah, but I did work in corporate, so I worked in gaming. I have never been happier than when I'm a founder. It is absolute truth. It is very stressful, so most of the nights I wake up 3-4 times a night with some ideas or some worry, and sometimes you wake up and you feel like you worked all night because your brain has been thinking about some problem solving. But the reward is just there. It's like a gift every week. Like with shipping, every 2 weeks is a gift and feedback from the users who love it. Like it's continuous gift giving. That part is amazing. But another thing is you don't get to choose whom you work with in corporate, even in the most amazing companies. But in a startup, you actually work with superhumans. You work with super achievers. Who else gonna do things like, you have to believe that you are extraordinary and a superhuman in order to be part of the startup. And I think we all three, because Asset is my investor and I know his venture, is like, they work till 1 a.m. every night and they come to me, is like, you're not gonna overwork me. That's what he tells me. And you cannot find it anywhere else. And just being around people like that, again, I've never been happier.
Yeah, I can completely relate to bad sleep. Like I have Oura Ring and like my Pixel Watch, and I used to track the sleep score thing, and I stopped doing that for the last month or so. I know it's going to be horrible. I just don't even want to look at the numbers, but it's still fulfilling and it's meaningful. And it's.
I think buying Oura is like a very bad idea for a founder.
Maybe. Yeah, it's kind of interesting. Like people want to look at data, but then sometimes they're like, "Oh, I don't want to look at that data. Give me something else." Okay, Einar, what's your perspective on founder journey? How did you come to this, and why not going to, I don't know, some big tech job?
Yeah, my story is more of an accident. I was working as an engineer in a scientific lab around Stanford, and I went to the talk where Gary Tan was presenting about his life and Y Combinator, and I got inspired. And I had an idea about a robot for like 2 to 3 years that I was working in the laboratories. And then I went and pitched it and raised $500,000 within 1 week from HF0. And which is considered the best incubator in the United States or San Francisco. And I think that in my case, it was my passion for what I really wanted to solve and what I really cared for, which was, using engineering for good, not for bad. And I think sometimes I see people just following like these ego games. They want to be successful. They want to be the founder. I think it's more about just like what you really want, and because I feel like the startup is a projection of who you are deep down. If you don't feel correct, if you feel bad, your startup might fail. So you always should be prepared to also work on yourself first and people around you.
Fantastic. Well, let's give a big round of applause to our amazing founders.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
You're also founder, Max. I'm wondering if you can give any advice. I would really appreciate that.
Well, I read a lot of books about happiness over the last couple of years, and one of those books is called Happy Metrics by Professor Peter Glor from MIT. And what's interesting in that book, he categorizes people into 3 buckets. So he says that investors are leeches, that people who are working in big corporations are ants, and that entrepreneurs, founders are bees. And I know this is like a very simplified story, and I used to be an investor, and I do not consider investors to be leeches, but there is like some truth to this, because some of them are not necessarily creating value. They're just like putting money in different pockets and doing some financial engineering, especially like hedge funds, etc. And so I feel like I went through the evolution of being a leech in investment banking, private equity, then going to a company like Google, which I loved, but I still sometimes felt like I'm an ant. And there are lots of ants building like a huge ant house, right? But I don't really feel sense of that I own something. And now I became a bee, where like I'm creating, honey, trying to create it, and it's super, super hard, but it's much, much more fulfilling. And so, yeah, I highly encourage everyone to at least think about doing some startup. But as Alex mentioned, think really, really carefully, because it's really hard, and maybe financially, from like NPV standpoint, it's actually better to.
It's a lot of fun, right?
Yeah, it's fun.
It's hard.
It's
we have
fun.
to work a lot.
Do this
right?
not for
But
the
it's
money,
fun.
for some meaning that you find doing this. So, yeah, thank you.
Give it up for the bees. Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's go, bees. All right.
Hi, you guys. Thank you so much for having me. I really appreciate it. So I'm a working journalist. I've been a journalist for 25 years, for my entire career. And it's funny to be in this, and I've covered technology for almost all of that time. And the funny part about doing that job is the gap between the incredible optimism and excitement that I get to cover every day in speaking to people like you who are developing these extraordinary tools, and the incredible shit show that is the journalism business, and how hard it is to make a living doing that work. I wrote a book that came out about a year before ChatGPT did, called The Loop: How AI is Creating a World Without Choices and How to Fight Back. And that book was essentially trying to warn people that while there will be enormous capability created by the commercialization of artificial intelligence and the transformer model revolution, there will also be so many things that it could do and benefit that won't really make any money, or at least not in the short term that the traditional investment community would think about. And journalism, I'll talk today just in the brief time that I have here about how journalism is one of these things, one that could be tremendously improved by what folks in this room are building, while not necessarily becoming the kind of business that I think we would all want. So there's this thing called the Sean Ellis test. I'm sure everybody knows this one, about market fit. If you ask a group of people, if you were to go without this product, if you were to suddenly have this product taken away from you, would you be very disappointed, somewhat disappointed, not disappointed at all? And if you have more than 40% of people say, I would be very disappointed, then you supposedly, in that case, have market fit. Well, journalism is one of these weird things where people want it. Everybody wants it. There's this feeling that it's very, very important to life. And yet, that Sean Ellis test, even though journalism passes that test with flying colors, isn't something, however, that we've figured out how to get people to pay for in a sustainable way. And that is, of course, largely our fault, right? We gave it away at the advent of the internet, the commercial advent of the internet, and made it very, very difficult for ourselves to move forward. We created a bunch of expectations for people, but I'm in this weird moment right now where I keep having this conversation with people where they say, well, but of course it will survive. It has to survive. It's so important that it survives. I was just talking to somebody the other day about the creator economy and how so much of the news influencer economy, which is now how the vast majority of people under the age of 35 get their news, depends on commenting on existing news-making interviews, typically on something like CNN, NBC, where I worked, Al Jazeera, where I worked, and that person was saying to me, so clearly we're going to need that. That's going to still be an essential part of how news is consumed by young people. And my response was, no, it's not. It's not if those companies cannot survive, and if the tools that we have don't in some way figure out a way to make things better. So I'll just to give you a little sense of how tough a situation the news business is in. In 2005, the newspaper business, well, let me start with what they accomplished in 2005. In 2005, there were two big stories, big national stories that made a huge effect on the landscape of politics and our understanding of how civil liberties were supposed to work in the United States. And so one of them was the Washington Post broke a big story in 2005 about secret CIA prisons and the notion of waterboarding. That term was revealed by this newspaper team in 2005. The New York Times that same year broke the story of warrantless surveillance going on in the United States after 9/11, thanks to the Patriot Act. And those two things absolutely redefined, I think, Americans' idea of what their country was up to, what the role of technology and surveillance and privacy might be in their lives. They're just inarguably essential pieces of reporting. So at that time, 2005, the newspaper business was turning around about 150 billion a year, something like that. That number over the next 20 years, up until last year, has fallen by 80%. The revenue for a newspaper has fallen by that much. The number of Americans currently living without any local news source at all is about 50 million people. 50 million people who have nowhere to look to see what's going on in their local community. These news deserts, as they call them, are growing and growing and growing. And so we're seeing this total bummer of a business landscape for journalism at the same time that I believe that the kinds of tools we've been talking about in this room are in a position to truly transform it. It really could make journalism better. I want to give a couple examples of what I'm talking about. So I'm working with a couple of different groups right now about trying to create first an ability to essentially create an ongoing live lie detector for public figures. So let's say that I'm speaking on behalf of the White House and I'm lying my butt off, right? I'm standing at the podium and I'm just misstating the truth endlessly, which is currently the way that it works for the most part, because the old-fashioned safeguard against that had been that an interviewer would know the information well enough to be able to call them on that lie in the moment. But it turns out that if you, as Steve Bannon calls it, flood the zone, such that you are constantly lying, it turns out that the traditional safeguards that journalists have used don't work in that circumstance. It jams the system and they just get off the stage without ever getting called on it. Well, the systems that are currently being built have the capacity, as I've been working on this team to try and work on, to batch every 30 seconds what's being said in a live transcript and compare it to the last 6 months of that same person's public statements on the same topic. You don't even really have to call it lying. You can really just say, you know, basically when I'm standing at this podium and lying to you, everyone's phone in the room should go off, is the way that I imagine this. The phone just starts beeping, and we all know to look down and say, and the phone says to you, oh, what he's saying is contradicting something that he said 3 months ago on the same kind of topic. That would be lightning in a bottle for journalism, especially in the moment of incredible public dishonesty that we're seeing at the top levels of government. Another version of this kind of tool might be something like the ability to, when I worked at Al Jazeera or NBC or anywhere, if there's a piece of breaking news, we have an organization called the desk inside a newsroom that essentially is in charge of coordinating and doing the choreography of our response to any particular piece of news. And what's so cool about the desk is that it's typically manned by like a 25-year-old. So you call up at 3 in the morning and you say, listen, this thing's on fire, or this story is just broken and I need to move on it really quick. That 25-year-old has the authority to make the call and say, yes, I can get you a helicopter for $8,000 right now, or yes, you should go on the air with this at this very moment. Like the decision-making capacity has been pushed to that person in this really amazing way. I want a set of tools like that for the new independent journalism landscape, because it's not going to work I don't think it's going to protect democracy. I don't think the Substack landscape is going to work in what we're really going to need when it comes to the resources required to break a story like secret CIA prisons or the warrantless surveillance being perpetrated on Americans. And as a result, I think that you could build a system that can, for instance, churn through a release of information. This 20,000 email cache from Jeffrey Epstein that just released the other day. Journalists should be pouring that through a transformer model as quick as they can and coming up with an assignment system for saying, okay, we're going to surround, what you say in the newsroom is we're going to surround this story. You're going to do the business angle. You're going to do the cultural angle. You're going to do the national security implications. And if you could get a group of independent journalists choreographed in that way, suddenly you don't have everybody fighting to survive the way they currently are and competing for attention. You'd have them actually doing the kind of civic work that we want out of real journalism. We're on this path right now, I think, to a real a moment where, when people are absolutely no longer willing to trust video evidence because video is so incredibly convincing, and no longer willing to believe that a public figure's voice is actually their voice saying that thing, we're going to need tools that surround a really difficult story in a really powerful and fundamental way. And I can't promise that that's going to be a transformative amount of money for anybody. This is the important thing to recognize, is that journalism is one of these things that is going to be essential. And for those of you who have experienced an environment in which you cannot trust the media, in which media is entirely state-controlled, or, God forbid, you've lived in a place where there is no media, then you know what I'm talking about when I say a truly powerful journalistic enterprise is one of the most important things we're going to have in the coming years. And so my view is we should work together in some way to try and make that stronger. And so I invite any of you who want to talk more about these kinds of projects or think about them together, please get at me. I really appreciate it. Thanks, guys.
Okay, so we are going to call up our final panel of the day. It is the Mindfulness and Life Coaching panel.
So please welcome two amazing founders to the stage, Dan Simonov, Mike Meany, and also our very own Seth Monk.
Feel free,
please
if
give
you
a big
wanna
round of applause.
Take a moment to stand up, shake out, and take a couple deep breaths just to wake up a little bit. Just have this last few minutes.
That's going to be the
Everyone
chillest
just
panel.
stand up for 1 second. I promise you'll be happy you did. Just take a deep breath, reach up, shake out, stomp the feet a little bit.
Fantastic.
Say hi to the people around you. Just take a moment to re-engage. We're almost there.
Said, and I have an idea. What if we swap and you moderate and I'll be on the panel? How do you feel about that? Or we can just sit and we can all treat this as a panel and ask each other questions. Cause I'm a little tired of asking questions, but no, but that's okay. This is my favorite panel, or one of. I love all of them, but I feel like coaching and mindfulness are so important, like regardless of what you are doing, right? Like regardless if you are a founder, if you are in big tech, if you're an engineer. And so I would love for each of you to sort of introduce yourself, maybe starting with Dan, and share a little bit about how you came to this journey of actually being a founder operating in this broad mindfulness and coaching space.
So first of all, thank you so much. What's happening here is just absolutely amazing, and what I see, what happened just in 1 year with Happyverse, it's just an amazing example of how we should build our companies. So I'm Denis Simonov. I'm the founder and CEO of Human Horizons Academy. I'm also the president of Harvard Business School Alumni Association of Southern California. So I came here from Southern California, connecting the bridge with the northern one. How we started, it all started actually from Max's idea when he visited Orange County, and he said, "Oh, Denis, why wouldn't you organize a retreat where we could maybe sit at the ocean and meditate and did some mindfulness exercises?" And it ended up in actually inviting Max and people from McKinsey and Bank of America and Amazon to a leadership training with instructors from U.S. Special Operations and with a Navy SEAL background, and where we were at the shooting range testing our limits, physical limits, mental limits, and doing physical exercises that would sharpen focus and build resilience. And it started to evolve into something else, and we understood, we had basically two problems. First is our program is very real. Like, what can be more real than having Navy SEAL type exercises at the beach or doing land navigation course? And at the same time, how can we scale up? And not everyone can come to San Diego, and not everyone is capable actually of doing that. How can we make it more accessible? And that's how we actually, we became one of the, and it's a privilege to become one of the first customers for Happyverse, and Happyverse helped us build the confidence of our instructors.
We can actually have a little address.
Yeah, so this is a real person.
Oh, can we turn on sound? Yeah, I think he
Nathan, is there sound? We can.
Okay, we'll do it.
Yeah, well,
next time.
Yeah,
or you can come and talk to real. Oh, ready now? Okay.
You get dropped into a special operations style environment built to stretch you. First, you learn the basics, then you jump into advanced tactics, team briefings, and real opposition drills. People go from hostage rescue scenarios to problem solving in a full 3D environment, expanding how they think and lead. The whole point is simple. Take these tools back to your life and become a better parent, teammate, executive, or human. You'll train daily with AI tools, and if you want the full grind, the in-person course is ready for you.
Yeah. And our mission is to elevate human potential in the age of AI and robotics. And while AI tech and systems are evolving with an exponential pace, what about humans? What's left to us? And what we want to do is to use AI actually to elevate humans as well.
Thank you. Mike, could you share a little bit about your story? You worked at a big company before, or a small company called Facebook, and now you're a founder. Could you share a little bit about your journey?
Yeah, first of all, thank you so much, Max. This has been a fantastic event. Yeah, so my name is Mike Meany. I'm the founder and CEO of One Small Step. we're building a world where access to high quality mental health care is as easy as calling an Uber. We focus first on substance abuse and serious mental illness on nights and weekends when those patients have the least amount of support and end up in the emergency room the most. So we help them de-escalate and we help them not relapse and avoid the emergency room. Yeah, so my journey to starting this company, so I used to work at Facebook, I was on the marketplace team. I think a lot about marketplaces. I think they're really interesting technologies. Even though, you know, now they're 10 or 15 years old, there's still a lot of low-hanging fruit, a lot of areas, especially mental health. And, you know, there's 90 million Americans who are struggling with substance abuse and mental illness. I'm one of them. I'm 12 years clean and sober myself, including nights and weekends, which is an important caveat. But yeah, like nights and weekends are when I got triggered, and that was when I used to relapse. And it's when there's no support for people. So I was like, what if we could build a marketplace where people could have on-demand support that helped them get through those moments? And it turns out that that was extremely needed. We've been around for about a year, and our call volume grew 10x last quarter. And we're thinking about partnering with various AI companies, but Max is one of the first people that saw the potential vision to help scale our peers and extend them by creating confidants of them. So we're in the early stages of doing that. And I'm the first peer on our platform, so I'm one of the first confidants that we've been testing.
Awesome. Well said. Could you share about your journey?
Yeah.
It's so fascinating.
Hey, everybody. Nice to be sitting in this chair. So I was actually a Buddhist monk for 7 years, or 8 years living in a monastery. And after living that whole spiritual transformational life, I came back. I'm from Boston originally. And I had this task of how do I take all of that journey, all the things I've realized, all that I've seen and learned, and how do I bridge that back to the community, to the society? And I actually started doing that with schools. So I was working in middle schools and high schools, leading mindfulness and meditation for the students. I called myself a rent-a-monk, where the teachers could like rent me out for like a session, yeah. But slowly I realized that it was a systemic difficulty, that you know, there was really a mental health crisis. So then I started leading retreats for the teachers and for the administrators, and really attempted to shift the whole, you know, school culture, taking entire schools, the administrators and the teachers onto retreat to try to show them a better way of being together. That eventually led me to MIT, where I was on the wellness team. And that was a fascinating jump, because when I was at high schools, they were saying these kids are struggling, they're getting C's and D's, they need help. But then I went to MIT and they said these kids are getting straight A's and they're committing suicide, they need help. And suddenly I realized it doesn't matter if your grades are good or bad, everybody needs help. And as I came over to the West Coast, I started working actually similar to Mike in treatment centers, and working with people that were having drug and alcohol issues and various mental health issues. And I've just kind of taken it upon myself to find all the various ways to support people. And for me, somehow very naturally, it led to Happyverse, where I said, hey, this is a way to scale this up to reach more people, to have a bigger impact. I think AI it's an amplification device, for better or for worse. And so if we can give it the correct impulses, kind of like Brendan's talk, getting clear on the why, we can create the biggest possible positive impact. So that's kind of what brings me here.
Awesome. Well, we heard a lot about AGI and challenges that still are ahead of us in terms of how to create it from infrastructure, software standpoint. But let's imagine a scenario where there is an AGI and people don't need to work anymore. Like there's infinite supply of, I don't know, food, money, like UBI, whatever. What would happen to humanity from your perspectives? Because work is such an integral part of everyone's life, right? Like we spend like most of our non-sleeping time working. And do you think it's good for humanity? Humans will just find, you know, new hobbies, or how would they fill in that void if there is no work anymore? Do you have any perspective on that, Dan?
So first of all, yeah, I would like to say that AI will take a lot of jobs, obviously. And then there's really a question what we are, like those who lost this job are going to be doing. And it's happening already. Amazon has laid off 30,000 people, or like in the process, they're laying off about 600 from the corporate office and 600,000 people from like warehouse workers, replacing them by robots. So it's happening, and like we cannot deny that. So really, one of the challenges for humanity is how to create new meaning, because like old definition of meaning, when a person, especially in the US, would be defined by their job, is vanishing. And job market is tough now, and it's not going to be easy in the near future. And but at the same time, so there will be some difficult transition period, I believe. But ultimately, I think Pastor, who gave a speech today, if we think about the meaning and what it means to be godlike, and it means to be creators. We have to be creators, and this is what actually startup founders do. They are creators and they teams, and just more of us should start creating things and expressing themselves as integral human beings, not just doing some very narrow defined functional job as an accountant. And like, I think these jobs just should not exist in the first place. But for that, we need to build economic and technological system so that people would really have this universal high income, first of all, and then they would be encouraged to create. So there are a lot of exciting challenges, of course, when you think about that. Like, yeah, you have all the opportunities, and now you are free to do whatever you want, whatever, like your hobbies, whatever other things you want to create in this world. But there is a way to get there, and in the meantime, there will be a very difficult time, and that's why we also want to prepare people for that period, because again, let's be honest, about 50% of Americans, their average savings are $600. And about 10% of Americans own about 80% of the US wealth. So there is huge inequality, and a lot of people will lose their jobs, and there is a lot of instability that I don't, like, it's quite a possible scenario, let's say, that is coming. And we, with our Human Horizons Academy program, we prepare people to be mindful and sharp and focused and strong, regardless of the external chaos. And actually, part of our program is called Master of Chaos. And also, what we are doing, we are building human-to-human connection that we are starting to lose with this also technological disruption. When you work as a team, you sense your, like, the shoulder of your peer, and there are some exercises when you really have to make tough decisions between, is it you who is going to be suffering at the expense, and because of that, your peer will be suffering less, or you will take care of yourself, and so on. So you really test yourself, and you see who you are and who people around you are. But anyway, so that's what we want to prepare people for. But ultimately, the future is bright, and yeah, it's an opportunity to create meaning.
Thank you. Yeah, Mike, do you have any perspective on maybe even this like very positive AGI scenario where people do not necessarily struggle financially, somehow, you know, big businesses or founders, politicians, they find a way to provide everyone with something, but I guess like the population, vulnerable population you're working with, if they don't have a job, would they be more tempted to, let's say, start drinking alcohol and do any other addictions, or how are you thinking about that scenario?
Yeah, so I think it's a great question. My suspicion is that we're a long way away from massive employment dislocation, just because I think there's still a lot of new jobs that will be created. But I do think it's something we have to think about. And drug addiction, mental illness, substance abuse are ailments predominantly of the developed world. Not exclusively, but they are disproportionately concentrated. And oftentimes a lot of these symptoms take root when people aren't able to push against some resistance toward a goal. So I think the question is less, the positive spin is that, like in kind of Maslow's hierarchy of needs, material goods is actually quite low. So there's a lot higher good goals that we can all be striving toward. And if people are liberated from material needs and can focus on these more existential needs, I think that's a beautiful thing. But I think we need more education, and I think we need more support, more stories, a lot more of Seth's work, a lot more of the pastor's work, a lot more of our work, Happyverse work, because people know how to work, but we don't know how to find meaning. And so I think that's kind of the conversation we have to have.
Fantastic. Well, Seth, maybe if you could share a bit your perspective on finding meaning. I remember one of the first confidence that we created using your avatar, your likeness, was like meaning bot or purpose bot, confident that helps people find their purpose. Could you share a little bit about your experience helping people find purpose? And is that even possible?
Yeah, I mean, it's such an important and interesting question because I feel like everyone's trying to make money and to get rich and to retire. But then once people retire, they're often faced with that existential wall of what is the meaning of my life? What am I doing? A lot of people, once they retire, they're hit with depression. Their health declines. That there's this interesting thing that we get to this place we've been striving to get to, and then we suddenly realize that we're actually terrified to get to that place and that we were very underprepared for that. I do think that as we approach the time where people are allowed to step away from having to quote unquote work, be productive members of society financially to support themselves, I think as that transition happens, there will probably necessarily be bridges built towards those people. There will be programs. There'll probably be people that actually take it upon themselves to create programs, community events, almost ways to help people find their purpose if it were, you know. I'm a believer that everybody's purpose is already embedded within them. I don't think that purpose is something we have to find. I don't think it's something that's out there. I think it's already encoded in our DNA and our story and our ancestors' story and our parents, that there's some very specific wisdom that we hold. We've all lived very unique lives that nobody else has ever lived. We all have a very unique perspective that no other human being ever has. So we all have something very specific to offer this world that nobody else can offer it. And I often guide people, it's not so much about finding your purpose, because if you just look at nature, you look at the world, you don't look at a cloud or a tree and say, what is your purpose? It's like, sure, it rains or it releases O2 or whatever it is, but that kind of existential purpose question, we seem to put that on ourselves as if we're different than everything else in nature. You know, we're all just allowed to be here. Being is the purpose. Being alive is your purpose. And being alive as specifically you and your exact expression is your purpose. And it's really allowing yourself to do that fully and to release all the conditioning, whether from your childhood or your society or your parents or your own wishes to be liked and accepted, that have contracted and kind of crushed your own natural expression of who you are. And so ideally, right, I guess we're talking in ideals, this utopian kind of vibe. Ideally, I'd want to see us living in a world that it almost feels like Burning Man, right? Or it feels like a big concert, or it feels like a festival, like something where everybody's wearing their own outfit, expressing themselves in their way, allowing themselves to freely exist in a way that brings them and others joy and this sense of celebration. And I do see that is possible when we allow ourselves and each other to do that. And ideally, right, as we have our needs provided for, we will see a renaissance of art and music and literature and theater, and people will have that time to actually ask themselves, what do I want to create in this world, versus being stuck in this survival mentality that most people seem to be in, where only our kind of reptilian brains are functioning and everything else that we need to be creative is lacking the resources and the energy and the focus it needs.
Yeah. Well, do we have any questions from the audience for our panel? Please raise your hand if you do. Actually, we were supposed... Oh, okay, great. Alex?
Hello. Yeah, thank you for the panel. I wanted to ask about maybe your clients, right, for your companies. When you look back, who are these people who you were able to help, and who you thought you wanted to help but were unable to? Thank you.
Me? All of us? Yeah, for myself, my feeling is that I can help everybody. That's just my baseline. Everybody needs support, everyone needs help, everybody could receive some more wisdom and understanding. But the people that I've found that gravitate towards that help are people that are in the most pain, right? Tony Robbins talks about this as well, that a pain point. So people that are acutely in crisis seem to gravitate towards me. People that are supporting a loved one. I worked in schools because it was parents trying to support their children, that it created a lot of worry and stress, so they came to me. So, you know, we live in a very reactive society around mental health. People seem to not be so interested in proactively supplementing their mental health before it becomes a problem. It usually needs to be an extremely painful problem, depression, anxiety, stress, whatever, before people are willing to seek help. So those are generally the people that I've found come to me is when there's something screaming inside of them that they realize they can't go further until they get some sort of support.
Yeah, thank you for the question. It's a really interesting one. I mean, so my belief, similar to Seth, is that everybody has the capacity for self-directed transformation. And I firmly believe that it starts with taking the smallest possible step toward that. That's why I named my company One Small Step. The greatest challenge is credible belief that it's possible. And so our platform, we have certified peer support specialists, so people who are in recovery themselves, like myself. That's a credible proof point that recovery is possible, which is different from the clinical healthcare world, where you're talking to a doctor or a therapist who may not be in recovery themselves and who may tell you you should stop drinking or you should take your meds, but it's just not as credible. And so my kind of fundamental belief is that every single person who struggles with substance abuse or serious mental illness, there's a race between how many times they use and how many times they credibly hear it's possible and actually internalize that. And so that's what we're trying to scale. And there's a lot of people who are willing to hear that and take that one small step. And there's a lot of people that are too overwhelmed to start that journey. And those are the ones that we struggle to reach.
Yeah, thank you again for the great question. So for us, first of all, I think we can bring the biggest value to people who know and feel that they have big potential, but they are still figuring out how to release and unleash it, and who want to deeply connect with themselves, to know themselves. Because oftentimes we just don't know who we are until we put ourselves in difficult situations, and then we know that, okay, I'm afraid of that, but I'm capable of overcoming that. Or I thought I wouldn't be able to stand these adversities, but actually I am. Or I didn't know that in situation of high stress, I don't know how to react and how to be productive and focus, and I'm more kind of shaky and less reliable than I thought. But if we just spend our time in front of our computers, we reduce ourselves to very limited experiences in life. So we created physical part of that, so people can connect them with themselves, and because it's a team training, people can connect with other team members on very deep level, because everyone there is who they are. And on the beach, wet and sandy, and sometimes physically exhausted, sometimes mentally, but people learn to accept who they really are. And after that, the teams, what we see, they come really cohesive and unstoppable and equipped with the tools. And then with AI, the avatars that Happyverse builds, we help them to transform this experience into something that can be integrated in their lives.
Fantastic. Well, I was told that we need to start wrapping up, but actually we were supposed to have another speaker for this panel, John, who unfortunately wasn't able to come because he got sick yesterday, but we created his confidant, and so that's the way for us to have people, help them scale, be present in multiple places, even if they're not physically present. So let's just ask like 1 or 2 questions real quick. See if it works, hopefully, fingers crossed. Hello, hi John, can you hear us?
Thank you for the chat, take care.
Oh, hey, we're just getting started. So John, we wanted to ask about your perspective on the intersection of AGI and happiness. So what excites you the most about AGI, or what worries you the most, and how we can create this happy path to AGI?
AGI's greatest promise in my...
Yes, please continue. I'm not going to interrupt you. Oh, and also if you can briefly introduce yourself, John.
I'm John Talbert, the Chief Guide Officer at Forte and a longtime pastor, coach, and storyteller. My journey has taken me from the pulpit to professional sports chaplaincy, to founding compassion-focused nonprofits, and now to guiding a tech-enabled soul care platform that helps people thrive at work and in life. What excites me about AGI is its potential to become a true companion in the pursuit of happiness, offering personalized, evidence-based guidance that meets each person where they are, much like a wise guide who listens, reflects, and nudges toward deeper meaning. At the same time, I'm wary of anything that reduces our inner lives to data points or that amplifies isolation. We must embed empathy, purpose, and spiritual insight into every algorithm. By designing AGI with a whole person philosophy, body, mind, and spirit.
Okay, John, we should pick up a bit more concise LLM model next time. But John, do you have any advice for the audience in the room, for founders, for technologists, for investors, how to live a happier and more fulfilling life using all your experience being a priest, being a co-founder of a mindfulness company?
Founders, technologists, and investors, listen up. First, treat every venture as a calling, not just a profit engine. Start each day with a brief pause. Breathe, name one thing you're grateful for, and set an intention that serves both your mission and the people you impact. Second, build a soul care habit loop. Schedule regular check-ins with a trusted guide, whether a mentor, coach, or a spiritual advisor, to surface blind spots before they become crises. Third, design products and investments with whole person metrics. Ask, how does this create connection, purpose, or relief from stress? Let those answers shape roadmap decisions. Finally, remember that success is relational. Celebrate wins with your team, share stories of failure openly, and invest time in relationships outside of work. Those moments refill the joy tank and keep the vision sustainable.
All right, well, fantastic. Thank you so much, John. Thank you so much, panel. Really appreciate your time. It was amazing. Okay, and with that, we are getting to the closing of our conference. I just wanted to thank everyone for joining us, and I also wanted to thank everyone on our broad Happyverse family. We only have about 10 employees working full-time, but we have quite a lot of advisors, angel investors, people that helped us along the way. If we missed anyone on the slide, I'm sorry, but yeah, just wanted to thank everyone.
And by the way, so we will wrap up in a few minutes here. We'll open these doors and you'll guys be able to enjoy music and cocktails. So stick around. Yeah.
Okay.
Music and cocktails.
And also, we've been running this VC competition for the last few weeks, and it's a pleasure and joy for me to announce the winner of the competition. It's Shahram Abdullayev, the founder of the company called My Attention. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to come over in person, but Shahram, if you're listening to us online, congratulations. Shahram created this funny confidant that you guys can talk to, and he's working on solving ADHD crisis, especially in emerging markets in countries like Tajikistan and in the rest of the Central Asia. So hopefully Shahram would be using our credits to make the world a happier place. And also, we have a couple of winners of the Confidant Challenge. So in the category of most useful confidence, looks like it's Laura. I don't know what's the full name. Laura Forever 41.
Laura from Agora. She's a friend of mine. She's watching at home. Hey, Laura.
Oh, fantastic.
You won. Good
Congratulations, Laura. And in terms of the confidant with the largest number of conversations, we have Haggle Coach. So congratulations, Haggle Coach, if you're watching us.
Haggle's prices for you.
Okay, so maybe for the sake of time, we can skip the conversation with Reid Hoffman. You guys can all talk to Reid. He's available. Oh, John is still there.
Hey, John.
John, you were listening to us. Who won the VC challenge?
The VC Challenge was won by Chakra Makloya, founder of My Invention. Congratulations to him and the whole team.
Okay, not bad, not bad. Sorry, I forgot to close you. Yeah, don't forget to close AGI, otherwise it will be listening to everything you say. So Reid's Confidant is available on our AGIinterface.com or Happyverse.ai/summit landing page. It will have a summary of all the panels, so if you missed something, you can talk to Reid and he'll give you the insights. And with that, that's all we have.
Thank you so much. First summit complete. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So we can continue in the...
So we invite you to go get some drinks, go listen to some music, chat amongst yourselves. The topic is AGI. Enjoy.
Yay.
Just watch me now, I just do it like